2,000 acres that was TNC that then the state ended up with, that took it off the tax roll. When Plum Creek ACM didn't pay property tax. And then when they made it stay, it pays nothing.
Oh, I guess,
What would you like?
was I supposed to pick something up from that person reporter?
No, we haven't.
Oh,
We just
Helen.
have so much other business to do.
Oh, very
I think
good.
it might be later
How was
before
Helen?
we get to the paychecks.
How was Helen?
Good.
Good.
As president, I had to do a whole bunch of introductions,
Yeah, but I
organizing.
wondered if we should do some
I
of
got
our
to
other business.
introduce Senator Dane,
Or no.
and he remembered
I don't know, don't we have some things we need
who I
to-
was and how many kids I had and all that stuff, because he,
Okay.
when Wyatt, my son, was in the Coast Guard,
Yeah.
in boot camp, he won like 4 of the 7 awards for running for best physical fitness to whatever they.
Good.
And then he was top notch in A school. They all kind of wanted him to go on to apply for officer school. But anyway, long and short, Senator Daines, probably an aide, was reading our local paper and saw the little article they did on Wyatt here, and his aide or he caught on to it, and so that he had a program he used to do called the Weekly Montanan or the Monthly Montanan, and he would nominate somebody and select them for accolades they did. I remember Commissioner 1-1 for his volunteer time in the fire department, all that over east, and then Wyatt got picked. And then he stood up on the floor of the Senate, and it was in the Federal Registry, and he read off his name and what he did. So anyway, because he did that, when I had to introduce him, I was kind of impressed with that.
That is neat.
Yeah, so after I introduced him, he turned and told the whole body of commissioners, Roman has 4 kids, and proud father, and his son. I'm like, wow, cool, man. And then I had a introduction I did for Greg Gianforte, but it was during lunch, so then after we were done eating, they had like a little mini stage. They called it a fireside chat. It was two big, living room couch chairs, and I read off, asked him some questions. We have microphones, so everybody got to hear his response. They were questions that were already written up. So, but then afterwards, you could take questions from.
Good.
So it was kind
So
of
they
fun.
did pretty well.
And then we had our other speakers from DOT and DEQ and all that.
Good. Cool. That's good.
Hello, Diane.
Barely
Good
did.
morning.
I gotta go
You know,
copy
I do
this.
want to, that's not them. As people sign in, the issue we're having with the sign-in sheet, and we're going to redesign it, people are just saying they're here for public. Well, then I don't know who is here for what meeting, So we're going to design one and made a little note. Please tell what meetings you're here for.
Shall I just say all day?
Yeah. That does it, yeah. If you sign all, but most
duration.
people aren't
The
here for
duration.
all, and so.
Write it all damn day.
All damn day?
ADD.
Then I can't be.
I gotta go copy this letter.
What is that?
This is the letter from Rogers is it Ronan to the governor
I
about the
need
land
to call
trust.
Darren and ask him to print the minutes.
About the big land swap.
Oh,
I have a question.
Yeah,
The article said Tom Orr was the attorney for the Sierra Mountain Road.
he is now.
He's back to being the
He's
attorney?
back, yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, interesting.
There's a lot more to this story.
Okay.
Oh, Darren, that's me calling you.
No, there's a lot more to the story.
You sound like you have a cold.
I've got
He's
bronchitis.
terrible, get away from
That's
him.
okay, but it was quite a story. It was quite
I
a
want to hear it if you can share it.
it was quite a
I
story.
would love to hear it.
13. Thank you.
Yeah, let me go do this first.
Okay.
It was quite a story.
thank you for putting this.
Yeah.
I see it
My
myself.
brother shared that too.
Good job.
Tom started it.
I'll tell you what, my husband told me yesterday I was awful hard on Darren.
Yesterday. And when Tom came back,
I have a solution. Why don't you just, I'm gonna start doing the minutes. He's gonna do it. And then I'll take it. Because it is too much. What do you think? Well, you should be. But, yeah. So I wonder, is it a position that we want to take the patient's assistance, we can choose the job description. It is just, I don't care. I will start holding the minutes and take it on his back, yeah. I think that he would rather get a commissioner's assistant because it is. But the thing I can't do is, all the scanning and all that stuff, but I will take over doing the minutes, he doesn't. But
Did you say?
Work for me, work for you.
Bill?
do we want to go, do we want to split that and put commissioner's assistant on it? Would we want to split that job off so you would have a commissioner's assistant? Because there's still a lot of scanning and filing and printing. Do we want to put that in, consider putting that in the corporate recorder's office? Because that's where it's supposed to be anyway. And then he would do all the other jobs. Romy, can you read this? I want to help you loosen the load for Darren, because it isn't.
Especially we have that much to catch up. Oh, it is?
17, yeah.
Wow, excellent.
But, like I said, my husband said to me, yesterday, just when I said, that's what, you only got a paragraph done? So-
Right.
So, I have a couple solutions to that.
That money's going back on the road.
He's telling me, yeah, yeah. I don't mind because they're very good. I don't know. So I talked to him about all the notes. He still has to keep notes and he still has to raise instructions. Or would we like to consider putting job so commissioner's assistant back in the comptroller's office with a special issue? And then doing HR safety. And then the commissioner's assistant has to be,
Uh-huh.
and he would say, if his hours like it's too much. It's just, and then it's too much.
Sure.
It happened. So, how do we, I want to address it because it really bothers me that my husband told me I was too done. Even though really that was all I said was, you only got a paragraph to in 2 hours. But because I was stressed to get all that back up. So, there's consideration. I don't think anybody can walk it into
No.
that job. It's just too much. Yeah, we did. We've always said that, yeah. It's just too much. Do you see that? I don't even know how to do that. I mean, it's a job that you can't just sit down 5 days and say, do it this way, because that's not how it works. It's like so many different elements pop in every day. I think that, I really think our best solution is to put just the commissioner's assistant, board of health assistant, come back and put in the recorder's office. She's hiring part-time, should she hire full-time?
Oh,
And then we don't have to worry about that anymore.
right.
Because it's so bad.
I think if there's another employee that would be easily done. Yeah, I said if there's another, they're wanting to hire another employee, and if they get one, then that should be easy enough.
Yes. But who would, are you
Yeah.
texting her to say, here's what
No,
we're
I'm
gonna-"
putting it on my phone on me, so before I
Oh,
forget.
I've got it too. Okay, and so then the question would be, do we, thank you, January?
Well, you're on it. That's
Okay,
6/13.
yep, we just want those two that were missing.
6/13.
Yeah.
Here's the 20, here's the case, do you need them?
Just the two that were not approved.
Okay.
Okay. And are these copies for all of us?
No, that's just the one copy, you need 2 copies.
Well, we can pass it around and make our revisions. Okay, thank you. So then I do still have one other issue
Hang on, let me just-
that we would need to talk about.
This case.
Now I am texting my son, asking a question.
Is that the minutes from January 6th?
Yes.
I know.
We're doing them right now,
Can the public
6.
see it?
I guess ask them, I think, how are you doing, Sunday?
It is what it
Are we
is.
gonna have a flood
It's
soon?
Friday,
I
right?
know, I know.
Yeah,
Happy
yeah.
Friday.
TGI.
Have a
Almost
wonderful
done.
day, Rob.
Okay, I'm sorry,
One
it's
more-
just
one
there's
more
so many
word.
things
I know you gave me God in I'm
that
sorry.
I feel.
I swear to God, if I have to stomp on your chest in the hallway because you broke your face, I'm gonna charge you
So
for it.
that's my question. Do you wanna give him? And still. But then you can't just have that. If you reset this time.
I know it's hard to do this.
No, no. So.
Like I said, I don't.
But, HRC takes fully at home?
Commissioner's assistant is the one that is supposed to be working.
Yeah.
So he was busy safety.
And he would come in and assist us like he is now.
Somebody told him.
Yeah.
And I would say this, I know that for cases
Is
of
that-
commissioner
is that
assistant, he
something
already
we can
come down to meetings.
Possibly. We're not
I mean, I just think that's,
What had happened is.
like, not doing administrative,
No,
but
when,
but when the meetings start, because there's papers to be
Is that what they call?
scanned, and there's,
No, no, I think that we.
yes. Yep, yep,
30 times here. Upstairs?
no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep, he's a,
I knew this guy, he used to work
yeah,
as a kid with that.
yeah, because it's good, but, yeah. But so then, we need someone who is
That me?
well, I don't know, it doesn't matter, it's not me. I don't care. But it's got, we just have, something's gotta give. And that is the cleanest solution.
I could roast it.
Statute states that the commissioner's assistant is the duty of the clerk. Not me. I would do them to have theirs, take that off his back. But if we can get a commissioner's assistant, then I don't have to do any of them.
So you're saying whoever person is there.
Would double and,
Yep, yep. I think that's the cleanest, yeah.
is there quite a bit of HR work going on that you know?
Well, the 30
Only
hours,
when we hire.
or only when there's problems, because when there's problems, that's a 40-hour-a-week itself.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I think,
You can put that in very.
I think we should leave it as it is, because then he'll have time to take some HR classes in there, you know? Well, no, I still think, well, yeah, let's leave it at 40.
Could do it.
Can we leave it at 40?
Yeah, that's why I wondered how busy.
Right, yeah, I didn't know that's where you were going. So he articulated it for me, and yeah, maybe 40 is best, because,
Well, yeah. Because it seems like he's with his head cut off already.
yeah. And but it's,
And we do that.
yeah, it's too much, it's just too much. So it's not his fault. And that's why I was willing to take over, minutes, but I'd rather, if we could, have the consultants do it.
So have they got an advertisement?
They do for halftime, so we could change that. Yeah,
Do that first.
yeah, I would say it's at least a 12-hour job. Yep,
Real quick, did each of you guys get a
yes,
water
but I
letter?
didn't find my,
Water from they came certified mail.
$8.
Yeah.
$8. And it ain't even addressed to us, it's addressed to the government.
Yeah,
So, if
Crazy.
you're going up there to
Yeah.
discuss that, because I really would like to seal this as quickly as we can, so that he's
Okay.
off the hook.
right.
And when you start snapping. Okay. And I can send them. They
Great,
snapped.
Don, they're all caught up, that's wonderful.
She said, "Oh, okay, you're sure?" Yeah.
Oh,
That's when it's like,
Oh.
it's the end of the day and I want it.
how does your husband know you snapped? Oh, geez.
You know.
Sometimes those spouses are our best to check, what do you call that, barometer check?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I want to take care of that. I feel awful, but it's true.
Right,
So if we could fix it this way,
yeah,
it would be,
I will take this up, because Casey got to sign it.
and so does on the last sheet.
On the lap, I
tell
put a
them. Yep,
sticker there
okay,
for that
yep.
reminder, yep. I
And then
know
if they
that.
want to take it to the bank,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter who takes it to the bank, but we've all signed. You got your signature on the other page too?
Yep,
Okay.
I saw that.
And then you only made one copy of this, so
Oh, read that and
there
pass it
are
on.
some things that we don't know yet. But any errors or,
Mhm.
and then you should have February also. Because let's get those down. Do you have February?
What about holidays?
I think that's just January. The two that you're missing for January. Yeah.
Oh, so it's February as well. I don't see it February. But
But that's okay. I'm gonna find mine.
I can read it.
Yes, I'll just
In
find
fact,
mine.
I'll probably, I like when I see something, I'll highlight it and then
That's what
pass
I
it
said,
on
and
to
then we'll
you.
pass it on. We're using
And
the
then we're
same
not
copy.
redundant.
Nope, it's the same copy. That's a great
Yeah.
thing. And then they also, I don't know when we would want to talk about this, but here is an issue I would like for us to discuss. For the public.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was
Let
reading it
me-
in the local government. That we should have that. Okay,
I'm gonna send you something too.
okay.
This is an example of this is from county
Oh,
organization.
good. Good. Did you go up and discuss it?
No.
Where did the minutes go? Oh, right there. So we are gonna do just one copy and pass them down for all.
Okay.
So I don't know if you wanna start looking for, okay. Thank you. Oh, you already got these signed? And all of a sudden, I need to wear cheaters, but I did go to the eye doctor. I got a stronger
So my
prescription.
wife has to wear cheaters to read, she has to wear a different pair to drive.
And she has contacts in, right?
No,
Oh, she
Yes,
doesn't?
yeah.
Yeah, and so she still has to, is she using the multifocal? Because that's why I can see everything.
I don't think so, I don't think hers are.
I would ask her just to check into that, it's amazing. Yeah. But I
She
did,
had surgery
oh
long,
my gosh.
and then she had laser surgery. And I think that helped.
Huh?
Still.
Oh, no.
use the Yahoo or the minimum? Okay, it's a, first they have a resolution that, you know, of how they, organization, authority, and then there's an example of how they state things out. But we could do a resolution like that.
And we need to get ours and read it again. What exactly did we say? There's
No,
a-
it's already,
anything we can do. You can say, okay, there's another case, what we just. I know you're right, but did we pay, are we thinking when we read it because it's been there for so long?
well, we made organizational changes, we were the chair.
Oh, yeah, but what does the rest of it say? Like what do they say? Ours didn't, ours kind of looked like fraudulent water, but kind of not. Did you see theirs?
I don't know, maybe,
I hope Wally's going to be able to make it through the day.
didn't sound very good.
No, and he said he really is sick.
Yeah, he
He's
sounds
the
like,
sickest he's been in 19 years,
wow.
but he's not giving up. Wally said it's the sickest he's been in 19 years. I'm gonna show you that. Look, if you wanted to see their resolution.
Oh,
Today's date? Oh, I'm gonna run. I have time.
oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Where they're posted.
Yeah, a little different than ours. I mean, does our resolution tell them we
That's all they're doing.
I don't remember.
We need some hot.
Should probably include that.
Well,
We need, yeah, I think we need.
not unless it's war waste.
I do.
So I would
Here's your letter back.
We could.
Oh, thank you.
You might hang on to
Ask him
them.
to amend or update.
Hang on to them,
Okay,
because when they're doing the land trade, it's gonna help us.
all right,
Yeah.
good.
They were questioned. But you sure notice the governor doesn't wanna say it.
Look, 24.
Why do you think
Should we
that came
ask
to all
him?
of us like that?
What?
Why do you think that came to all of us?
Because they know that the trade is on the river over here, part of it.
Oh,
And so they know it is gonna affect mineral and sand taxpayers a lot. Because that's where the PILT money comes from these control districts.
right.
And they know that. That's why they did it. And that's kind of cool, they're paying attention. Was it just, oh, big.
I was burning my legs.
Oh, yeah.
I really am. It's because of
Quick
the
share-
short water
quick
kids.
share it a little bit, you know, that's.
Would you like some of that? And then I wouldn't burn my legs. Maybe if I could.
I was a nice guy, left my dogs in my garage this morning so that they didn't freeze. I put them out yesterday afternoon about 1 o'clock. They really suck up to that wood stove and it's like this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my border collie, when he got up and come to the house, he was limping on one leg because he laid on it all day. Couldn't hardly move it. I ain't putting it into this morning.
No. So I wonder when you make a change like that.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I
do
would think so.
amending the resolution or whatever.
Yeah. Although we have amended before without a public hearing, but I think ours looks like it needs a. I don't know. I'd have to look at it. Oh, yeah, that's a big one. I'm just gonna.
Other than that, looks good. Okay, so we need.
Okay, here are those, and we could get these all approved this morning. Here, Dwayne found one error.
Oh, okay.
But I
Yeah,
Wine bottle back here.
What's back there?
Is that
Yes,
wine
that is, it is, I better have some of that. I need to see it.
I see Judy's back. Maybe I can get with him here this week and,
On the park.
yeah. And George should be back
Good. From Argentina?
too. Yeah, he said the 22nd.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
When you are ready, if you could sign in,
You bet.
that'd be great, It's right back there. And I'm finding a little bit of problem with our sign-in sheet, so if you wouldn't mind just telling us the meetings that you're here for, so we can accurately record that in the minutes.
George is the Department of Revenue, so.
Oh, well, we really want you there. Just the Department of Revenue? Did you? I knew I recognized you. I don't know if I saw you at the Mako conference. I'm Dawn Terrell.
You did not, I got stuck in a hearing, so I didn't make it. I'm Corey Hoffman.
Corey, nice to
Nice
meet
to meet you as well.
Yeah, I
Roman,
didn't
how are
think I
you?
saw you.
Spoke with you on the phone, but I haven't had the pleasure. Good to meet you, my friend.
Thanks for coming all the way over. Hi, Robin, again.
My name's Corey Hoffman. Nice to meet you as well.
Thanks for coming.
You betcha. Glad to be here.
Push my pulpit chair.
yeah. I like pushing people around for some reasons.
Yeah, I know.
Just an old, long-standing rivalry, don't you know? Not only with Superior, but Alberton too.
Here's a
Oh,
business card
great,
for you.
thank you.
Hang on your wall.
Thank you.
If you ever need anything, call Robbins,
All
okay?
right. How come your phone number's scratched off?
How are you?
There you.
Oh, boy. So how was Helen on Masters Valley?
It was interesting.
Yeah? That's kind of cool. I gotta go to Hamilton Friday.
Oh, you can
so-
go to that HR training?
Yes, sir. Well, I don't know, I might end up going to Helena sometime too.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe. Probably do some online stuff too. Figure take advantage of every opportunity I can get.
Yeah.
I have some quick guides and books coming for all you guys.
I need a haircut.
Me too.
No, they're the ones that need help with minutes and agendas, so that's what I got, was some quick guides for that. That I can give you the link where I found them.
Sure. Do you know, oh, you don't have it here.
I got a brother who's straight in Denver.
Oh, no kidding.
Airport.
Yeah.
Well, I see they canceled the Portland State Grizz basketball game.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah. They were supposed to be in here apparently.
Jeez. Yeah, Phil was supposed to be home 2 days ago, I think. And he's still in Denver. He's going with me to Spokane.
Is this the brother you just moved into the other?
Yes. Yeah, he's the mailman. Come alone, mailman.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I forget what they're.
I'm getting better with the organization.
Good.
Sorry, Dale.
How did it go for you up on the hill that day?
Oh, not too bad. I just can't believe the number of bills this year. It just blew me away. I think we're up to 4,500 bills.
Yeah.
In the process of getting introduced or just out there with an LC number assigned to them. So far it's been pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
He hasn't been right through the mud too.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah. You know, people's biggest concerns is what's going to happen with the reappraisal cycle this year coming up this spring, and they always think that there's a one-to-one correlation between the taxes you're going to pay and the value of your property. So they see, 40% increases and think their taxes are going to go up by 40%.
Right.
So usually once we explain, and Eric Bryce is very good at it too,
Yeah.
explaining 15, 10, 4, 20.
Yeah, the mill,
And
yeah,
how
look
that
at,
works. Yeah.
yeah.
So far it hasn't been too bad. There's been a few of them. The hard ones for us is like if they want to give them homestead exemption, but they only want to give it to primary residences. We don't track what's primary residence versus
Right.
not. So then we have to get into these application processes, and then I need 20 FTE statewide.
Yeah.
Then I got a big old fiscal load.
So when those are filed, it's kind of put up before those do you want to homestead out?
We don't.
Oh,
Yeah.
so then what were you just talking about?
So there's a couple that would get a homestead exemption, like Sherry Esplin.
On property tax?
Yeah,
Ah.
on the value,
I
like
see.
50,000 automatically right off the top. exempt.
That primarily for like older folks, fixed income kind of stuff.
Well, it'd be for anybody that, I think they're trying to catch the big companies that are coming in,
Oh.
buying up houses and then
Saying it's
VRBO or
all-
Airbnb.
Yeah, so they want us to decipher between primary residence and secondary homes,
Right.
which we just don't track that, so
Right.
we would have to have an application process. So, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of them, so, yeah.
Yeah. There's talking about it.
Okay, awesome, thank you, appreciate it.
Still, to this very day, I still I paid for my house and everything. Corporation.
I mean, I know that help really drive.
Right,
If you reach out to Brad.
sure.
So,
Okay. I will. That about Colin, when I went on the way here, and I thought, well, I just don't know how I wanted to change it yet, though, so.
Yeah.
You know what really makes me mad, okay, about that, I'll tell you later, but, yeah. I can tell it now why I'm mad. You know what really makes me mad is that I did a little research when I shut that place down. You know, somewhere in the state laws, says if you have over 100 days, you should have, you're supposed to give them a full 6 months sentence. You know, you can't. I think it's the way they would require you to get under.
They'll come back out and take the first hallway too, right?
I believe they do that. Yes, they do. Well, that's the thing, is that we look at it, took one state and then one
He said that it wasn't worth the 3 other years and they feed more time if you want to get concerned.
So we can have a conversation. Seriously.
Doesn't make sense to me. What kind of hand product he says to you, it's like,
Hey, I did think about one thing. Is the commissioner's assistant.
What do we want to do? Clear
Just a
cancer?
folder of all of the stuff that we put in, she comes down and gets the folder. I'm just trying to think of ways to do it. I know. Well, and then she used to say, she used to say
Two.
that's her. So, I also, I keep saying to him, so, is this what retirement is? We just stay in our pajamas all day, drink coffee, don't do anything.
I had to go
Oh, yeah. I know, you don't get to do anything, Joe. I think I'll order my coffee out.
Okay.
Did you two see that we have coffee in the back?
We did.
Okay, yes. Are you coffee drinkers?
Yeah, I drank coffee all the way here though, so I'm good to go.
Literally, huh?
Yeah.
In case you need
Good
to
to
know,
go, that
the
was
bathroom
good.
was down the hall to the right.
Yes,
All the way
I
down.
found that as well.
No, it's about something we're doing for the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority. Yeah. Thank you. Isn't that exciting? I do too. I want to ride my four-wheeler around and see everybody. And plus, I want to start, Willie was saying something about just having and he was talking to some people. I said, what I want is, I don't want to go, I've got a private early that I just use basically for ponds now, which I'm not going to do anymore because he wrecked his doing that. And so did my uncle. So anyway, I don't want to go out in the woods by myself. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the kind of driving I do, it's like, I don't think I'll take over. Well, there is a last stand, but I can't get there.
that's kind of, we didn't know, we've spoken a couple times with NACO this year, we didn't really wanna do a canned presentation unless we knew what people wanted to hear about, so we're starting the introductions and then see what their specific or if they want to ask me now, and then we can't answer, they can send it.
That's up to you.
Yeah, whatever you guys think.
Well, Willie said that he goes up Pretty Creek and then comes down by Landover. And then into Trout Creek and then over that way too.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, but I would like to do a loop, you know, from Brady Creek up and around, down and around.
Yeah, you could,
Would that be a nice run?
yeah, it would. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Good morning. Would you sign in for us, please? The sign-in sheet is right there on the table.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I'm going,
Hello, Diane. You already
I
did.
saw you earlier.
And just for purpose of accuracy, if you could write down the meeting or meetings, plural, that you are here for.
What's Kathy doing?
Feeling nervous me sitting behind you?
Yes.
Hi.
How are you? Good to be here.
Maybe I'll move back and sit with you. I was sitting with Kim, but I'll sit.
So I'm gonna give you this to fill out, so here's this amount, but you'll listen to Gooch. The sheet's not really, oh yeah, so you can say, Dwayne moves, Don seconded two, and the motion is to approve payroll. Okay, and then anything, any motions, when we get to the minutes, same thing, to approve minutes on January 6th, January 15th, February 10th. Okay, so please, where's this mine from today?
Well,
Oh,
that's,
no, I
that's the
have-
one that's been in my office for a while.
I accused him of taking it, so I took his. I'll give him mine.
So I'm signing up for this. And I hate to do it, sometimes it needs to be.
Yes.
You know, I don't know. It says two different things, so I don't know. I'm making thousand a month
So we talked to the Department of Revenue, and we agreed, he said they're gonna do an introduction, so those are questions from the commissioners. All of the questions will have written down, and we will share it to them, and so they can respond in the same way. Does that sound good? That rather than it be a public question and answer. Well, I don't care, I asked them what they would like, and they said it didn't matter to them, because they didn't really know what our situation was going to be. And they said that they would like, the written thing would be just great, but if you, I wanted to tell them if you think we should do it that way.
So that's the way to say
It doesn't matter to me.
Send you one. On your list.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, but it's good.
No, I you gotta get there. Put that down. Charge your head, that's all I can do. That's all I'm gonna do. Have a good day.
You too.
I know, I need to tell them.
This one.
can do behind.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't get up. No, actually, look, I hate to tell you that I stole yours. Darren brought me this from the office, that I left, but I'm keeping yours.
Like this. You know, a lot of shit, but he's
Yeah,
really-
it's the same thing, there's just a different color of blue.
I had one I gave it.
This is.
So last,
Congratulations.
Oh, I have that one too.
You want this one?
No, because I've got yours.
I can,
You can keep that
I
one.
can always get a few more.
Because I have yours. Maybe I should.
like 9 years.
I thought we could get those minutes on the
I will get this done.
You won't read it, read it. So it's-
Well, apparently, there's one.
I guess, it'll be the school.
So that was great.
I went to high school, I graduated from
Well, don't we take a break, 10 o'clock to 10:05, and then we
And
start.
then rather than-
But I want to,
Right, he's reading this and it's,
yeah.
I know. It's scary. I used to drive all the time.
fellows together is.
Just cutting
Takes me so fast.
Should I do it with my phone? Oh, no, it's gone. I lost my phone. I never put this sucker on battery, my brother Mike called.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
What time you take it off?
Well, we're supposed to, if he's here, we're gonna leave at like 6. But I don't even know if he'll be here. Well, hopefully.
That's fine. That's fine.
As soon as we can, we'll put it that way.
In 10 years, we pull up his house. You think?
No, we actually came from Washington.
I actually, if he can't make it, I hope he cancels the hotel.
Hey, Willie, how's it
A bunch of
going?
money in the hotel.
Yeah.
You know, out of the vent in my office, the other day, cold air was coming out. Like they turned the AC on. It's like they turned the AC on for an hour or something.
Better? Does that feel close? Or that just from the door?
I don't feel it.
Might be from the door. Well,
But the other day though, it really did happen in my office. I was sitting there typing away.
well, I know.
I'm like, man, it's cold.
Weird when they're just do is you take the cover, no, remember if it's in the, with the cooling or with the heat, you can take the cover off to make it work, but you gotta take the cover off to do it.
Oh,
Nobody knows that.
That's why it has a key lock on it?
but
Because we're supposed to take it off?
Yeah.
no baloney though. I was sitting in my office, I think it was Wednesday, and I got blue tape on mine for some reason. But I'm like, man, it's cold. I look up and it's blowing cold air right down on me.
I see him as a kid, but.
They want to have a session, which
So how's the weather today?
Hey, we're not too bad.
You about to go or what?
What's that?
You about to go today or something?
We went to Missoula last night.
But you had a hello.
I'm out of Helena, she's out of
Yeah, I read today most of you. Place for me because the last time I saw video was the courthouse.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Corey Hoffman.
Yeah, I was the one in the department that didn't like her, you know, she got the decision.
We like you.
Why is that? I couldn't believe you got such a thing. You're one of the kids, you know, things that didn't hit his way. It took a long time.
Yep.
We got it.
Yeah.
That's Kathy's place.
They still record. No.
She's going outside?
The assessor's not here. There's a the underground walkway.
He said she's not.
So it's kind of like really wide and parkway, and people can jump from the field. Like, this is much hours in the day. And it's also true in parks, like why you were this farm last night, you were walking from the court. Kalispell, I still think we're in the county. Kalispell and comes and calls, and all three go. That's how it was for years. But what you Kalispell, they got it's a long time. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like a really not fair setup for the revenue. They stacked the dice against really not fair. These kinds of things.
Oh, absolutely.
Kind of like.
He's been working.
Yeah, it was, also when it was trying to do that with arbitration. One of the funniest stories that came out of the Turkish court lawyers, you know, they held it you and you're in the back room and said, just, you know, you think if you were going at this point in time, every level of it is there to do it. You get the end of all this stuff.
We had a great match, back. It's very interesting to get that magnitude of
They were
next
good.
judges on that.
They were all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good. And
Yeah.
it was cool. Thanks, though, you bet.
I like your shirt. It's just a British shirt.
Your PC, it's a Grizzly shirt, it's a little.
Well, you're.
Heck, yes.
You do. Did you get your undergraduate degree there too?
Massey University, Palmerston, North Louisiana.
I don't think so.
She said something. Shrink the power.
No.
We'll print it off real fast.
Yeah, because they're coming.
Yeah, that's, I was just looking at it.
In Sidney,
But I do remember when Hellgate put on Sentinel, and that was about
68, Sidney split off,
What?
Sidney split off, no.
I know,
It was Missoula to the.
but I think it was before 68.
Might have been 66. Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But they had one.
My cousins, I had one.
Oh, that.
Somebody
And I think,
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not sure if
And if you had short pants
one
on,
went
like
off
I do.
or yours is Sentinel. They never had one anyway.
We laughed about it all.
Yeah.
In the 74s when they took them out. So they were Loyola, which was at my school.
Right.
Sacred Heart, until 1974. Yeah, that was the last time.
Compromise.
Yeah.
When they were, when they were Christian,
Yeah.
about 2 years after. You know, they opened, I mean, so they have 3 different zones. We have the one campus. And one that's
Yes.
and there's plenty.
And then they have one, well, I don't know.
I don't know, maybe it's.
I think that's
No, there's no.
10:05 according to what I said.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Here we get a time. We have our students in the two zones, 36 students, the 2 high schools. In the bowl. There are 5 today. Yep. We had over 4,200.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we did it fine. Target had like 4,200, Target got 900.
Did you,
Yeah, we'll have like 2,300.
How's that building doing? I love it. It is such a pretty building.
It's got care.
It does have character.
AJ Gibson in this place.
Sentinel, on the other hand, my daughter graduated from Sentinel. But it's. Yeah.
They wanted to do that
You got all confused because they wanted to add a bunch of stuff. You were gonna add it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
workforce grant. And that's the
So
only
my
thing
dad
that we're
worked
talking
on
about today.
Yeah, so-
They sent five different ones, so.
that all look alike.
At noon on Tuesday. I found it interesting that they can't do it themselves. They said they found out. So, yeah, I still have it.
Good morning. According to Verizon, it is 10:05, and we'll start the meeting, and we will start with the pledge. Please stand and remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and good morning. Good morning. We start this meeting with the Department of Revenue, and we're going to do things a little differently so that everybody can get your questions answered. I'm going to pass around a notepad, and if you would write down your questions and then give them back to us, and we'll ask, because this is in the interest of time. And we also have email addresses, and they are very happy to take your questions via email. But because we have a timeline going here, I think this will work. If we pass around a notepad, put your questions down, and then we'll bring them back up here and share them with the Department of Revenue.
Mr. Hoffman, you guys kind of have a presentation, that's kind of what you do?
Well, sure. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Corey Hoffland. I'm the administrator for the Property Assessment Division of the Department of Revenue. I started with the Department of Revenue in 1993 after graduating from Montana State University. I worked 5 years in our local office in Gallatin County. I transferred to Helena, and I spent quite a bit of my time in centrally assessed and industrial properties. In 2004, I started as a manager with the Department of Revenue, where I've stayed since. In 2018, I transferred back to the Property Assessment Division as a deputy administrator, and then in December of 2020, I was hired as the administrator, where I've been starting our third year now. So I've been 29 and a half years with the Department of Revenue, mostly surrounded by property taxes. And so we wanted to take a little bit of your time and kind of talk to you guys about what our role is in property taxes. But before we get into that, I just wanted to have our deputy administrator introduce herself, as she'll probably be answering as many questions as I do. So if I could have Robin introduce herself real quick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Robin Rude. I'm like Corey said, the Deputy Administrator for the Property Assessment Division. I started in 1994 after my graduation from the University of Montana. And then
We got a good rivalry.
and I started in the Billings office, and my office still is located in Billings. I've done all of the jobs throughout my career with the Department of Revenue. I started as the person that told you what the value of your vehicle was so you could license your vehicle, and back in the olden days when we used to still do that. And then I've worked with personal property, ownership changes, doing all of that, and then all the appraisal work as well as managing most of eastern Montana for quite a long stint in my career. In 2020, and when Corey got the administrator job, then I got the deputy administrator job. And I've been involved in much of the processes and know how the valuation process works and what our role is and how we do it and when we do it and all of those things too. So we sure are welcoming any questions that you might have.
And my understanding is that you have some cards up here that we can give to everyone, and they're welcome to contact you, is that correct?
Oh, absolutely, please do. We have open door policies, and we invite any questions anybody might have, whether it's from the commission or any of the public members. We'd be glad to do that. Just as a little bit of background so people understand, the misconception is that we are involved in property taxes, and that is, we are in the background, but really our role is the valuation and assessment of property. So in the early 70s, when Montana rewrote its constitution and adopted in 1972, all the duties of valuation and assessment were put to the Department of Revenue. So we currently have 288 employees in 30 offices around the state, and we value all real, commercial, and industrial property. The legislature is the ones that set the tax rates for properties. So you take your market value of your property, times the legislatively mandated tax rate, and that equals your taxable value. Taxable value times the mill levies that are set at the local level times the taxable value equals what your obligation is for taxes. One misconception is that an increase in value, there's a one-to-one correlation with an increase in taxes, and that's not true. Montana Code Annotated 1510-420 requires that a county or a local jurisdiction can only recapture the budget or revenues that they had the prior year plus half the rate of inflation for the last 3 years. So if we see a 60% increase in value statewide, they would have to float their mills down because they can only collect the revenue from the prior year plus half the rate of inflation for the prior 3 years. So when you see your values go up, just remember there's not a one-to-one correlation in what you're going to be paying in taxes. Now with voter-approved mills or new fees, special district setup, they may be able to increase more than just 1510-420, but again, that would be a voter-approved mill levy increase or budget increase. So one of the changes that was made at the change of the administration is the industrial valuations for all the large industrial facilities went from our business and income tax division back to the property assessment division. So industrial is under Robin and I as well. So we would be glad to try to answer any questions with that. Also, I spent quite a long stint with centrally assessed properties. So if there are questions about centrally assessed properties, I'd be glad to try to answer any questions of that. But I've been out of it for a little while, so I might have to get back to you. But we'd be glad to try to answer any questions the commission has or the public has. Robin, is there anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, so, the industrial versus essentially assessed, so there's a whole nother branch that, because we've experienced a reduction in our value of our mill 2 years in a row. One was because the IFG mill closed and they, asked that the revenue consider them $20 million less in value with that closure. And then last year we saw a reduction again of a couple 300 mills from 12.6 to 12.3 approximately because of the centrally assessed on the Northwestern Energy and the lines that go through here. So that's not your department necessarily.
The industrial facilities, so centrally assessed properties are statutorily defined in Title 15, and it's basically public utility type properties or properties that operate in a single and continuous fashion, and there's a laundry list of what those are. Electrical generation, transmission and distribution, telephone companies, wireless companies, railroads, things like that. And really the difference is the tax rate that gets applied. Generally, most of the centrally assessed properties are what we call Class 9 at a 12% tax rate. And to put that into perspective, residential property pays a tax rate of 1.35%. They're also valued using what we call unit valuation methodologies or a business valuation model. So if we look at Northwestern Energy, for example, they operate in 3 states, Montana, South Dakota, and Nebraska. So we determine a total value for all of Northwestern's properties as it lies in all 3 states. We allocate a portion of that value to Montana, and then that Montana value is allocated over all of their assets throughout the state. So whether it's a transmission line, gas properties, distribution systems within municipalities, all of that Montana value gets distributed over that. So when you do have changes in newer properties going in other areas, let's take, the Kalispell, Missoula, Bozeman areas where there's huge growth, brand new substations going in. Sometimes when that occurs, you will see a shift in their allocation to that newer property because it has the higher value, which I liken it to a waterbed. Some of us probably remember waterbeds, but if you push down on the waterbed over here, you're going to see an increase over here and vice versa. If you push down over here, it's going to go up over here. So you can see some allocation changes that can affect municipalities based on the age and the value of the utilities that they have in those counties. Then we have our industrials, and really, they're no different than commercial properties. They're still Class 4 and Class 8. However, we have a group of 6 or 7 appraisers that work out of Helena who specialize in large utility properties. Some of our largest are the refineries and Billings and Great Falls, the sawmills throughout western Montana, your large agricultural commodity handlers, things like that. So really, it's no different than a commercial property like a town pump. It's just that we have appraisers that specialize in those type of facilities, and they value all of the real and personal property. So that's kind of the differences. To address the sawmill, we have to value property based on its use. And for income producing properties, as the income potential goes down, the value goes down. So we have to recognize when they go into shutdown and close downs, and we start to adjust the value based on that. I know at the mill, when it first was shuttered, we reduced the value on it because it wasn't producing, and then we also know that since then there's been 6 or 7 large pieces of heavy equipment that have left the mill site and either gone to one of their other mills or been sold. I'm not sure what happened with those. So you probably did see some decreases continuing at the sawmill.
And so, we'd already received our valuations from the state, and then, I can't remember if it was you or someone else called me and said, I hate to touch it, but, so there was no tax appeal board or any of that. It was sort of brokered at the state level to decide after we already approved raises and we're budgeting based on that. Can you explain how something like that happens when we thought everything was set and then there's kind of a change?
Sure, you bet. Just like anybody's property at the Class 4 or Class 8 level, you have 30 days from the time you receive your assessment to file what we call an informal review. The form is called an AB 26. We'll refer to it as an AB 26 a lot. Once that's filed within the timelines, then we generally meet with the taxpayer, we go out to the site, we review their concerns, and then we take all the information they're willing to provide us, we go back, we look at that, we see if it actually affects the market value of the facility, and we start to make our changes. With large facilities like that, sometimes it can take a very long time. When you're already running into July and we have to certify values by the first Monday in August, we may still be negotiating or doing our appraisal work with that taxpayer when values are certified. If it gets down to back to November and they need to pay their first half taxes, they would have to protest those taxes, and then they would go into an escrow account. So if there was a reduction in the value, that money is sitting there and available to be refunded if it needs to be, or if it's something higher than what they protested, then the treasurer is able to go ahead and push that money out to all the different jurisdictions that have it coming, whether it's a school district, the road department, or what it might be. If it happens before October, we do have the ability to ask the county if they want us to recertify so that they can recalculate their mills and still be able to get that revenue that they need to continue to operate. But it's usually a timing deal of when the AB 26 was filed, how much work there was to do, and when we can finally determine our final value and give them the option to go to the county tax appeal board if they still don't like the value that we have.
Okay, and then, Corey, I'm really glad you're here, and I certainly don't want to appear that I'm killing the messenger.
No, not at all, please, we've got pretty thick skin, we've been doing this a long time.
And I know a lot of this is out of your control. For example, I've kind of been harping on the Department of Revenue. In fact, I had this little joke, I started calling it the Department of Non-Revenue, because we have been just seeing all this growth here, but we're not seeing, anything to come up with inflation for raises and running the county shop and, all the business here at the courthouse, the county shop, courthouse. So, way back, I think Bullock was governor. Was Cadis the revenue director then?
He was,
Yeah.
and then Gene Walborn after him,
Yeah.
and then of course now Brendan Beatty.
So I remember talking to him pretty strongly about it, and this is where I don't want to kill the messenger because I say it's not your fault. The legislature cut Department of Revenue employees and offices, and Mr. Cadis was just like, we lost our office in St. Regis, and now it's remotely done part in Thompson Falls and part in Hamilton. So can you enlighten us on, like you mentioned, the number of officers and your employees? if you had more employees, could or what can we do to help you so that, and I know there's a 2-year, are we on a 2-year cycle and reappraisal?
Yes.
Are we gonna get caught up, and is it a question of employees and people, or is it a question of the cycle? Or what in your estimation is why we're not seeing all these new houses being on the rolls as of yet?
Yeah, you bet. Let me try to explain a little bit about how we discover property. If it's a new property, they're required to either pull a state electrical permit or a state septic permit, or both, and we receive copies of those. Those get logged into our system as a building permit, and we will physically go work those. The big thing usually is timing. So if you begin building your house in December and come January 1st, if it's not 100% complete, we're gonna put it on at whatever percent complete it was, and it gets taxed that year. But let's say you start building a new house in January, by state law, it doesn't go onto the tax rolls until the following January. So usually what we see when we work with counties on property that they think has escaped assessment is usually it's a timing issue. Just that, yes, we've got it picked up, or we're scheduled to go pick that up, but it won't go on until the following January, and that's by state law. The other problem you get is in a lot of communities and counties, they may have a building permit system within the city limits, but if you get outside of that, there's no building permits. We did go through some cuts. We lost over 30 staff. That's when we went from 56 offices down to 26 offices. We're back up to 29, but I still haven't got an increase in any FTE. The growth in our full-time employees has done this, while new construction in the state has done this. So they haven't kept pace, and what we don't have the luxury of doing is just sending people out to drive down roads on the chance that they might find Tyvek flopping on a new building. So it makes it hard for us. We work with counties all the time. They've got road crews that are out. We're working on a phone app that the county staff can use. If they see shiny new grain bins or Tyvek flopping on a building, we encourage them to send those to us, get us the location they best they can, so that we can get out there and do that inspection. But as far as just missing large subdivisions and stuff, as long as there's permits on those, we are getting those. And generally, like I said, the issue is just timing. They see them, they think they're gonna go on that year, but by law, they're not taxable till the following year. So that's usually the problem. What you could do to help me is you could go to the legislature and tell them that the Department of Revenue needs more employees. There is technology out there. There are companies that use a technology called oblique imagery, and they actually fly areas with airplanes. The cameras are getting so sophisticated in those airplanes that we can actually take an overhead picture, and we can see almost all the way around the building. And then if you get more than one flight, it also does what we call change detection, and it can detect changes in the square footage of buildings. So it's that balance of, do you want to give me FTE or do you want to give me technology? And unfortunately this year the administration has given me neither. So we're doing the best we can, and what we want to do is work cooperatively with you. And if you know that there's property that's escaping, please let us know. I have the staff to come pick it up. I just don't have the staff to go out and drive every road on the happenstance that we're going to find something. So we have to concentrate on those permits in those areas where we know there's new construction.
I'm hearing there's a lot of technology in balloons as well.
You just can't get them to fly where you want them to.
So on Liberty County, I know they were putting in some like GoPros or something in their trucks, and they were like going when they plow snow or otherwise they would be filming the terrain and the new build, the shop or the house or what have you, big garage. So when you mentioned you need kind of a location and all that, so in that example, with that trial run, Lieutenant Governor was telling me about this, being implemented there. Do they also then have to like narrate if they send that video in, or is it just they use the video and then they give you the description via email, or do you need the video itself, or how does that?
Commissioner Zalawi, the way it's working now is they're just informing us either through a phone call or an email to say, hey, we were out working at this area and at this address, we think there's new construction, can you look into that for us? We don't have the app developed yet. We're waiting for our IT department to get some time to be able to work on that, but it's not up and available yet. So currently with Liberty County, they just gave us the properties they felt that were missing, and then we sent 2 appraisers up to Liberty County. They went to specifically to those areas, and
So it is boots on the ground, the appraisers go out, it's not the Google Earth.
no, Google and other satellite areas, they'll have some fairly new satellite shots of very populated areas, but when you get into the rural areas, which is most of Montana, some of their flights are very old, and we get a lot of false negatives. So we'll go out there thinking there's something new. We already had it picked up in our system. So.
Well, Madam Chair, I'd probably hog most of the time. Any questions, I'll let you, my colleague, I'll
Do you have
digress.
some for me?
Well, I just wanted to say, I do know that the process of using the electrical and the sewer permits works, because I built a new house this last year, and it wasn't too long after I was living in it, I had a visit from one of your appraisers. and
Yeah.
talked with him.
Liberty County actually started a countywide permitting process, but they're not charging for it. But you are required to go into the courthouse and pull a building permit so that they know what's going on. Again, they're not charging for that service or charging a flat fee, but we think that will help as well.
Thank you.
So some of the questions have already been answered, but I'm going to ask them since they're written
Okay,
down.
please.
Maybe more depth would be needed, I don't know. Are driveways, sewer, and sewers taxable items, and when do they get taxed?
You want to take that one, Rob?
Are you tired of talking first? Driveways, yes, they would be an improvement on the real property, so a driveway we would pick up as concrete. And again, as Corey explained, if it was there on January 1st, then it would be taxable for that year. If you pour it in June, then it's not gonna be taxable for the following year. But driveways would be. The sewer systems themselves are not parts. We assume that when you have your SFR that you have a sewer or septic or that type of system to be able to live in it, so it's not taxed extra or differently than if you were hooked up to city services.
Robin, what if the driveway is not paved or concrete, it's just
If it's
gravel?
just gravel, it's not, there's nothing about that that would be
Okay.
taxed. Unless it's commercial and it's parking for a commercial property, then we would consider that area that would be used for parking to be commercial land. There'd be no improvement for the gravel parking lot.
Okay, thank you.
So how do we identify taxable items, and can the county have a person who could identify them and report to Department of Revenue?
We would love it if that happened.
And so what type of person do you see doing that?
Well, like Corey was saying, in Liberty County, they had the road crew, so if they were grading the road or doing snow plowing or anything, if they found something, and they had a map of their county and they kind of highlighted, okay, I think this grain bin is here, or this is a new house that we think is located here. And so then we were able to then identify which parcels those were, look at our records to see if we had a house or how many grain bins we had, and then we could go out and review the ones that we felt needed a review because it was something we were missing. So, and any personnel that you have wandering around the county, like Corey says, we don't have the staff that we can drive up and down all your county roads, but you've got folks that are doing that already. And so anybody like that would be helpful. We just need to know where it's at or the owner of the property so that we can figure out which parcel it's located on to do a review.
And so what would be the proper way to report to you?
Through our land planner with the geocodes, et cetera?
That would be great. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The more information we can get from you guys, the faster we can get out to do the reviews. If we're spending a little extra time doing that lookup to figure out what parcel it's on, that'll take a little bit longer, but any information that we can get is gonna help us target us to when we come, these are all the parcels that we need to visit.
So for a little bit of clarification for myself, so if I'm driving around and I see something, would I take that information to the planner and then he would figure out the rest and then contact you?
You know, that's kind of an internal process that's up to you guys. I know your clerk and recorder also provides us all the deed information and all the RTCs, so if you had a piece of paper that you slipped in with those when we come and pick those up, or if you mail them to us, you could do that, and we could get that new construction piece entered in our system as well, so. There's some back and forth all the time with the counties that any way that you'd like to, and if you wanna go to the planner first to identify the parcel and then give it to the clerk and recorder to give us with the RTCs, anything works.
Okay.
We have a very robust website, and it has a map of the state. It shows all of our offices, and even if we don't have an office here, if you click on that county, it will tell you who the contact is for that county, and all of their contact information is there as well. So you can go out there, and it'll show you exactly who to contact. It might be a little faster to do that, because you're gonna get the person who is responsible for this county. So it would be a little more direct if you wanted to do that.
So is that address on your card also?
The email or the map address?
Yeah.
So there's specific mailboxes for each of those areas that are kind of a generic mailbox that multiple people have access to. Our cards just have Corey and I's direct email addresses on them. But yeah, the website has specific email addresses that will go to a group of employees that would be responsible for mail.
And what is that website address?
mtrevenue.gov.
Is that, Corey, where that map is you're referring to on
Yeah,
that same?
there'll be a tab, that's the department's website, and there's a big, right at the top, it says property, click on property, and then that'll take you to property specific. And right there on that front page to the right-hand side, there's a map, click on
Okay.
it, and then it's an interactive map. When you click on that, it'll show you the employees, their title, and their contact information.
Okay. So another question, we used to have a local person in Mineral County to track and ensure taxes are assessed in a timely manner. Since this position was eliminated, we have a lot of properties that are not being taxed appropriately, or in some cases are not being taxed at all. How do we do a better job of this? And
I'm gonna speculate, I think they're probably referring to when we had county assessors and the state eliminated us having county assessors. I'm guessing that's what the position is, because we used to have a county.
Sure, absolutely.
I don't know why that did change, but I think they're probably speaking to that a little bit.
And that was in the early 90s that the county assessors went away and everybody
Okay, so-
became Department of Revenue employees that were county assessors in the past. But I think to answer the question, it's the same as we've been talking about. Anybody that knows anything about any new construction that might be sitting out there, please let somebody in the county know, or go to the website, find our email address, and shoot us an email that says, hey, there's a new house at such and such an address, and we can look into it to see, do we have a different kind of permit already on it? Is it already flagged for us to come out and review? Or maybe we do have the house on there, but it's gonna be for the following year and those types of things. Any information, please, we welcome it.
Oh, all right. And the last question written, is there anything that the Mineral County Environmental Health and Planning can do to help make sure the Department of Revenue catches all the new construction occurring in the county?
So any way we can be creative, so septic permits, addressing is another one. For instance, for a mobile home maybe that's coming in, or a manufactured home coming in, if you have a department that they have to come and get an address for E911 or something like that, that would be information that could be sent to us as well. And that would trigger us that there's somebody gonna be living here, and let's make sure we have some improvements on that property.
So on that note, Madam Chair, can I call our land planner up to the podium to maybe expound on, Mr. Short, do you want to?
Yeah, actually, Kay, just stay at the podium, I kind of, we can chat back and forth. Are you currently familiar with how we communicate with you guys right
No.
now? I just want to understand, so I can give everybody some background information. So the two permits that we deal with currently are, we're in charge of addressing, obviously, and so that's like it's like a big one of how we catch new things that come in. And then the other one is obviously septic permits. New sewer hookups, right, we're not, this office isn't associated with that, but septic permits. And so how it works right now is we contract with Matt Pierce with Maps, who's a GIS professional. He's been working with us, I think, for like 20+ years. And so he's maintained our database. We have this really robust GIS database that we maintained and built on for the past 20 years or so. So we handle all the in-house, people come in for addressing, people come in for septic permits, and then we're always communicating with him. Hey, here's what's new, here's what's coming down. And he drafts up basically like here's what's getting built, here's the location, in a form letter, and then he copies everyone that could in the world that could possibly be interested in that, right? The commissioners.
Does that include us?
It absolutely includes you guys.
Perfect.
Yes. Yeah. And so that's our main way of communicating with you. Like, so every time a new address is issued, you guys have become aware of it. So we're always trying to, we're always trying to like maintain, like, how do we, because we know what we have. We have no idea what you guys have, right? It seems like there could be a mechanism where Matt could provide that database to you, right? It's just ArcGIS, right? Sure. And then, because I don't know what kind of programming you guys are using.
We have ArcGIS as well.
Well, that might even be, but yeah, because I feel like the only way to truly catch it is if the person from DOR is looking at their database, and then they've got ours right next to it, right? And then they can just, did we catch that? All the low-hanging stuff,
Right.
Even if we had that layer that we could add to our GIS system, and then we also use Esri as a platform, I guess, and I'm not GIS, so I'm just really guessing that that's what you call these things.
Yeah.
But I do know that if we had that shapefile or that layer that has all of those points on it, then we could coordinate that with the information that's in our database to identify and make sure that we do have houses on all those points that you guys have in your system as well. And we could verify that.
And we could get that to you this week.
Super.
Would we coordinate with the local
So Chad Adler is our GIS person, I believe, that takes care of Mineral County. But let me get that information, and if I could get your card too, I can make sure that we can coordinate with you directly on how to get that information to us.
Okay. Yeah, great.
Super.
So what I would like to do now, if it's agreeable to the two of you, since the questions have been answered, I think it would be really nice if we could just do a mill around where people come up and talk to you, because we do have 20 minutes. And if that's agreeable, we'll just stretch our legs, mill around, and talk to the Department of Revenue.
I have an easy question.
Well, but excuse me, though, I want to stay consistent.
This will be easy, trust me. Andy and I are looking at enforcing the rules regarding people who have the new VRBO, which is an RV pad that you build alongside your house. It has a septic hookup, it has a power hookup, it has a water hydrant. So the question is, when people put those in, and Andy gave me a list of them in the fall to look at. So when people put that in, is that a taxable event, even though it's not paved? But because it's a site to do that with, is that an improvement that's taxable or not?
You're trying to get me in trouble, aren't you, Wally?
I've done this with you before. No, not this. The reason I ask the question is there's a lot of them that is sort of new in the last 3 or 4 years. It's become kind of a big deal.
If a single property has 2 or more, we could technically look at it like an RV park or a mobile home park type of a scenario. If it's singular, there is parts of statute that could get us in trouble if we tried to add that just on an individual one-off basis on that property. It's not something that we couldn't look into a little bit further, particularly if you're getting a lot of them popping up and coming in. We could sick our cost guys on that to figure out, is there a legal way for us to be able to add those types of improvements that aren't structures. We could do some looking at that. But there is currently nothing unless there are 2 or more that are rented not to the property owner.
Yeah, because our issue is, RVs come and go, and they're the bane of my existence for sure. But the enforcement process takes so long that at least they were getting taxed as a mobile home park, even though they weren't licensed as one. They would at least know that they're aware and they're getting taxed for the use that exists.
Right. And we would probably, if they're temporary, just in and out and not a mobile home park itself, we would probably try to look at it as RV spaces that are being rented. And then those would be commercial properties on top of it. So we'd have to be sure that if we go down that path, that it's something that's very defensible as well. Because the property owner that is going to come in and say, you can't tax me for that, we're going to need to be sure that we're fully within our rights and can defend the fact that, no, you have 3 hookups, we're going to tax you as an RV park.
Thank you.
Okay, great time for a mill round. Mr. Gurley?
Thank you. Mineral County is a little bit different than maybe some of the east side counties where the road crew
So,
drive around.
Kim, we can't hear you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mineral County is a little bit different than maybe in eastern Montana County where the road crews are able to drive the county roads and look. In Mineral County, we've got a lot of mining claims that are up behind lock gates on Forest Service roads where our county employees don't normally go. So my question is that if we had somebody that was an identifier that knew this county, I know Washington State does this in some places, they just hire somebody that goes out and they look for these properties. You can, I looked at one that I'm aware of that I just brought up on Onyx Maps and looked down and saw that there's 2 houses on this piece of property. So then I got on Montana Cadastral and found out that they're only being taxed for 1. And that house has probably been there for 10 years. And I can think of several of those around the county that we're not going to get by simply having the road crew with a camera in their truck. So I'm trying to think of a way for the commissioners to get everyone's fair share of taxes to take the burden off the county that we have now. So that's something to consider.
Corey,
Thank you.
I could address a little bit of that, Ken, is we're currently working with the Forest Service now to say, hey, anytime you guys issue a use permit, right? Because anytime someone builds on private property that's through a lock gate, right, that's surrounded by Forest Service, they issue a use permit for what that's going to be. That, please notify us. And those conversations have just kind of started. But Ken, if you're seeing stuff like that, yeah, sending that to us, certainly we can move it up the chain. But we're trying to address that.
And I think we all have a role to play in this. Robin and I are property owners, just like all of you. And you're not going to rein in a county's ability to raise revenues by letting property escape. That's not the way the formula works. They're still going to be able to set the mills at a level where they're going to get their previous year's budget plus half the rate of inflation for the last 3 years. But what it does to us, all of us here, is it shifts that burden to us, and we pay more and they pay less. So you're not depriving the county of their money, you're depriving yourself of having a lower mill levy and paying less taxes when you see taxable value coming in. So if you as citizens know there's property out there, again, our contact information is all over our website. We'll leave additional cards. Call, let us know, and we'll go take a look. We have the same problem sometimes with locked gates. We can't cross locked gates. Private property rights have become a very big issue. I have employees who have guns pulled on them all the time. They get yanked down alleys by their lanyards. So we have to work together to ensure that everybody is paying their fair share. So I think we all need to be aware of what's out there and be willing to say, hey, I think this might, there's no harm, no foul if you call me and say, hey, this property isn't picked up, and I look at it is. We can have a great conversation and say thank you very much, but I think we all have a duty in this to ensure that everybody's property is picked up properly. And we just ask for that help until I can get to a level where I have full staff and I can just go out and blanket huge areas. The state's 600 miles wide and 400 miles deep, and it's mostly rural, and it gets tough to cover it all. So any help that you guys can give us is much appreciated, very much appreciated.
Excuse me, I know that we all have questions, but in the interest of fairness, where everyone would be given the same amount of time for questions, we don't have that luxury today. So if we stay consistent, and we do a mill around now, and you can talk directly to the Department of Revenue, and we have their email addresses, all contact information, we have to stay consistent, and we have to think of the fairness to all of the participants. Sure. So with that, please take your questions directly to the Department of Revenue. Come get their cards. And if you have comments for us, please bring them directly to the commissioners.
What's a mill around?
Get up and move around and talk to the Department of Revenue.
Okay.
Do you have a comment?
Hi, no
Yes.
questions. I need some clarification.
So are we done with this then?
I'm not leaving, Ken, but I can't give everybody the equal amount of time for participation. So but Ken, if you would come and give us your,
15 minutes on the clock.
I know, that's what we're
Yeah,
gonna do.
it's, there's a statute that deals with escaped property, so, we can go back 10 years. What we usually do is we leave it up to the county commissioners, and we just say, listen, we found this property, it was built 3 years ago. You could go back and send them back taxes for this, we'll calculate the values and everything for you. In some cases, we have county commissioners that say, no, we just want to pick it up on a go-forward basis. But state law allows it to be taxed for 10 years back when it's escaped.
But that doesn't include January.
Correct, yeah, it's all property is assessed how it's at as of January 1. So if you build after January 1, it doesn't go on the list. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and you could be responsible for 10 years for a right. Most people are under a mortgage, and their mortgage companies are going to escrow that money and ensure that that's paid. Yeah. If it's willfully concealed, like you just wouldn't allow us on the property. Let us know.
But even so, it was really weird to lay there, they paint it like no authority. And kind of watch the baby like sundown. You can see the scars, see the marks. You see the
right. And I know we talked to our industrial folks here just this last week, and they were just there. They were there, I think, 4 or 5 months ago. They check in with them. They find out what equipment's either been mothballed or moved to another mill. So we're aware of what's there, and the large company that supplies us with our cost information, they also have salvage values and things like that. We're not down to a salvage value because of that. So we understand that they still have an obligation to pay for fire and ambulance and things like that, and we're still, they've been actually very good to work with as far as letting us in there to see what's still operating and what's not. Yeah. No, they've been actually very forward with us, letting us know what's going on.
They're not gonna do it until middle of April sometime.
Well, hopefully there would, whoever moved it off there got a moving declaration to move it off, and then we would know, but if it's still showing up on your tax assessment, we'll get a hold of our contact person for this county and let them know. They'll come out and take a look, they'll make sure that it's
I'm hoping the biopsy will come back precancerous and truth is, what stress does it?
Yeah, no, and we, you know, we would value it as that, we wouldn't value it as a residence. No, we're getting a lot of barn dominiums that are getting built, and people are living in them, but, you know, if it's just a barn, uninsulated, that's just what we go to. Yeah, right, right. Right. Yeah, yeah. We would, your main house or where you are living would get coded as a single-family residence, and then that would be what we call an OBY, or an other building and yard improvement. So it's separate from single-family residence. So we wouldn't be trying to market model it.
And I have an appointment made. Actually, Minnesota. I did not have any LPs. GI and hepatology as whole, so I have Minnesota.
So Rochester's
Well, actually, when it comes to GI and liver,
It shouldn't, are they, it's all just one parcel though, correct? Or are they two separate parcels?
because it's beyond what they want.
Okay, yeah, so we would still not put a single-family residence on the one that you're not living in. It would just be an outbuilding, barn, or whatever it is, and then your single-family residence would stay on the other one. Yeah. Absolutely.
It's hard to get around to hear that.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a typical presentation, that's all I keep being told. This isn't normal.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep. Great.
Have you seen how I spell my name?
That means great.
No, have you seen how I spell my name? There you go. It's gonna be an unusual one from the line. Well, that too.
Did they get you over there?
I gotta get in trouble. I'm in trouble, or I'm not in trouble, I'm doing something wrong. That's it.
So the county was saying, for my local example, it's not just eastern Montana thing, but at least a lot of western senators thought eastern Montana, they showed a video of gumbo, you know, like cement, dry out, and you know, the water.
Yeah.
So they could use it to help keep those roads up, for all these people that want to access these public lands, even if they buy. So some of the money would still buy public land, but they wanted some carved out from county roads.
Put the story out.
That's a road. Right, there we go. Oh, that was my district, yeah. We also had a rail wreck where the rail car actually fell into our old highway where we go to and fro. So that sheer exit, when I grew up out there, was 4 families, so they didn't put a full blown interchange. One direct, they're coming from the village, you get off. Like they do, they go to people. And if you're leaving, but when you want to go from here, from the lunch Carpio where they take out, you can't get up, you gotta go 4 miles down the field that way and get on a fish creek. So if you're coming from Superior, you got to pick it up. Get your snowshoes. So you go the whole highway to fish creek.
There you go.
So you see that yourself when you go to feet along the shore.
Good for you.
I know.
They'll keep you out of trouble.
10,000 waves, Montana River dive, and then of course all the tourists that come out and drive their cars down the road, park in.
Revenue.
Or they park at
It's
the
always
on a bus or whatever, but it's just a whole rafting trailer galore, and our whole county road.
We want to collect your
Really
money.
pounded.
We don't have
So I'm
help to find
thinking,
it.
even though, you know, maybe it's not
The governor's
public land, we
drill.
should try to keep that land, that road caught up. And then we get with it,
I think so, but I think we're also having some kind of expense.
yeah, we have a lot of tourists. Stay
They sell them.
Whiskey We had something, this is called steak and whiskey.
Yeah.
You know, like the country.
We have to. Yeah, that's just crazy. They don't.
That's a smart move on there.
There was a smart move. You got it. Cool stuff. Good. I like it.
All the properties that sell, and we have the state broken into market areas. What's that? And in some locations, it might just be, there might be several market areas within a town, and in some locations, the whole town is one
Well,
market
I've got the
area.
really good
Some
here,
locations, this county plus this county plus this county creates a market area just because there isn't enough sales for any one of those places to build a certain comparable sales model. And so, depending on what the market area is, then we take all of those things that are in that market area.
Play by the rules.
All of that. Those properties, when they sold for, comparing to your house, make any adjustments or any difference. I'm sure we'll know about that. On the market. Sure. And so as those prices increase, properties that haven't sold so your market value.
Sharp as a cat.
So your market value will be higher, and that will mean your tax bill will be higher, which should mean that those mill lots will go down. Everybody's money goes up, mills come down.
He knows what it is. He was right in the court. What he did is he and he didn't want to and I have to let him. It just bothers But I'm gonna explain it to you guys today. I'm over it. Here's the deal.
We can, and there's actually a state group, like, UNRC, they lease a lot of state land that gets grazed. They're using drones now to go and look at the grazing to see how it's being affected and know when they need to say, you need to get your cows out of there, you're grazing it out too much. The problem is the laws surrounding where you can and can't.
For private property versus.
Yeah, you can't just buy them over, you know, and then they're not Yeah, I think their biggest concern is based on because of the altitude they're flying. Yeah, exactly, or they will slingshot or whatever. But there really is, and then just absolutely covered enough ground to be able to make one where the I don't care about that. There's no big one. Someone in it would be very useful. But you can see that it's there, because you can do some change detection. But like the oblique imagery that I was talking about, you could actually sit at your desk and so I would have to put somebody behind a windshield, send them out. Spend all the time and effort to get them out to the site. But then, like, Eastern Montana, you have limitations of trees. So, you run into that one. Our big thing is we're really trying to find technology that's going to show us a change in those programs. So that change detection should apply every year. Yeah. And they're coming up with some programs that are really good at detecting those changes. And we would keep just like we just send you up that road on that chance you're going to find something.
So, on the split where we at, I should know this, I'm asking, are we, where we're gonna get the reappraisal? So this comes to spring.
Unless the legislature threatens to change the tax rate or something, we're going to plan on first marking the assessments June. So we're going to go on statewide, presented to the regulatory committee, statewide, we're looking at 43% increases.
think he was,
I read 60.
by Lion.
In Gallup County, I think they were the fastest growing, and it showed like about 65%.
He's running.
Oh, yeah, I've got 3 kids that live there. Luckily, they've been there long enough, they were all able to buy them.
When you come out to now, the road, I mean, they're like
You're graduated from CMR and Great Falls. I was kind of bummed going forward. This is such a smaller town in Great Falls. Cow town, you know, and now that place is.
It's a cow.
You're right, but I don't trust them. Doesn't give me like some spot. That's my problem.
okay.
If you don't like somebody else, just say no. That's no excuse for getting rid of it. And that's an old
I
went 1 year, got kicked out. I lived in Bigford for 2 years and moved back and finished up. So.
You really got kicked out?
Yeah. Wow. Great. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were party.
No. Damn great. Damn great. No.
That's the problem with us, like going by that. That means he gets like
Except I remember one February.
and so he is. And that's like, you guys did a good job on showing the ones that are way up. My story, family, very relatively common.
Well, he's got one.
Next week I get to go to
She had
the
her girl. She stepped up and she rose to the occasion.
Yeah,
And she gets,
yeah, they had
and so do
they're trying to
kids.
figure out
Kids
the
are great.
irrigation district, EIA and them and us and who's involved, so.
The football game,
They've had so much turnover that they can't keep up, and so that's been one of the hard things, you know.
What's that? I'm gonna take a drink on the dump before waiting for the break. Officially on vacation now.
Get into college.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe.
She's a good kid.
Yeah,
You gotta see every coat and suit I got, so.
Why is this a little
Started feeling like clothes,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah?
Don't have enough time.
Time to go back to Goodwill.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Hey, thanks, Rob.
You bet.
Thanks, Lori. Nice to meet you guys.
Thank you guys, have a great day.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
How did that happen?
Molly, good to see you again, my friend.
Thank you, good answers.
so where you go right now? We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
They had a mission. Not even close. I know. I understand. Lawson out of your Great Falls office.
Oh, yeah?
She was on the speech team, I think.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That's what I know on the sheet from that.
Oh, okay.
The same thing when they cut those. So what the hell do we do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 hours, 6 hours of my class. I know exactly. I'm not really sorry. I just wish there was a way to fix it.
Me too. Imagery will help.
Got it.
Go for the technology, yeah.
Go for the gusto. Thank you, guys.
Well,
One thing like I've always done. People come on up, you have a plumber with the horse.
It's never enough.
Yeah,
How long is she?
Who's got Big Sky plumbing heating now? I do. This travel guy, he's good, but he just got busted. He's like 68 this year. And he's thinking of a good out of it. When that's the business that's limited by
Sounds like a nurse thing.
nephew should find it out. Really? Really?
Oh, it is, but it's here. We're just gonna wait a minute for our other commissioner.
Right? But the problem, the business is part of his house though too. Tom has it there on 935, you know?
Yeah.
No, but it wasn't zoned for commercial. And it's not, it's a home occupation. So when he sells it, you don't get to buy that right to be there too, because you're not the home occupation. So the problem is, it's got some goofy deals in the middle, which is a shame, but, and the reason that came up is they were all pissed off. Flooded Raft Company, which built its shop down the road, has all the school buses. That's not supposed to be there either. So, they were. And a bunch of neighbors said no. I don't know if Tom said,
Here he comes.
wait a second. We've been here a long time, we should do it, but Tom wasn't very good at first, until he figured out he really can't sell that interest. Because it's his ancillary occupation that's there.
Okay, we're just a couple minutes late, but it is time to hear from the health department. Amy, are you representing the health department today? Step right on up to the podium, please.
How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. Enjoying the sunshine, even though it's freezing. My name is Amy Lohman.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, can you guys
Thank
hear me
you.
better? Okay. My name is Amy Lohman. I work for the health department, and we are on the agenda today to request approval for applying for funding.
So I know our question is always the same, and your answer is always the same.
No match.
No match. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so exactly what is the name of that grant that we'll be making a motion to approve?
Yeah, so
Apply
this
for?
one is the Strengthening Public Health Workforce,
Okay,
and it is for funding for 2 positions, but we're only asking for 1 FTE. It's positions that we're losing funding for, I believe, at the end of June.
okay.
Amy, what exactly would that, would they do strengthening public health?
The workforce,
Yeah.
do you want me to tell you like the positions that it's going to help with, or, sorry?
Oh, yeah, sure, do that.
Okay, so the positions, we're asking for 0.2 FTE for me, as the lead local communicable disease. I do have funding for FEP, but this kind of helps with some of that. There's a lot of other things.
Okay.
And then for the other position, we're asking 0.8, and that's for communications. So you've seen that we're able to talk about a lot more things now, post-pandemic. So we're doing a lot more health education and promotion.
How long is the grant?
It's a 4-year.
4 year.
Yep, 4-year, 1 for
No match, no expectations of us that we're gonna
Yep,
just need our DUNS number and our approval.
correct.
Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I would make that motion to approve strengthening public health workforce grant.
And I'll second it.
Any discussion?
I think I asked everything I had to discuss.
Okay, so everyone in favor of approving the grant application process, say aye.
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 There's no opposition, motion carried.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Amy.
Any other questions, or?
No.
No.
All right.
Thank you,
guys.
have a
Yep.
good day, have a
You
good
too.
weekend.
We'll do you as well.
And we have 5 minutes until, I think, 5 minutes until the next meeting. Did you get to go through these?
Not yet.
Okay, if we could get that done today, please.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not your budget, right? Oh, it's an insurance claim. Okay, so then you'll go ahead and send that to
Yes.
Joanna Reeves. Invoice. And
There was heavy in Dewey's back around.
yeah, what did the insurance rate say they're paying it?
Yeah, they said they were
Okay, perfect. Now you know, yeah.
Send that to you. Now it's all split up.
Yeah, perfect, thank you. So he can take that and scan that to the insurance chamber.
No, there's a mechanic shop. The back end of the Ford dealership. And then the Chevy, they're gonna put up on the hill when it moved. The Mission Valley Auto. Then they moved it up and put it on the hill, and then they slowly closed and moved it upside down. That was GMC's.
I forgot to open the doors in my bedroom.
No, you can't. There were two in here.
So, no
There were two in
water,
here.
well, so I just cranked up the normally don't have.
She, looking forward to it, she's.
So I will assume that they'll start out.
Oh, that was this gal I met here, she went for me.
Only because I, was supposed to be almost. That's why I'm not worried about the shower. I can wash in the sink for now. Shower's coming. So did you learn anything today? That's actually.
Oh, huh. She does.
Did you do these?
No, I'm going in.
Yeah, yeah.
Jan, and I went to smoke with Jan.
I did
Yes,
see
all the way through.
Yeah, I started with
That'd be right.
Audio.
Well, see, I won't do it, I would never do it, because they don't pay property taxes, they don't pay income tax.
I did.
Yeah, but they're helpful to you. Their business is a property tax. So, when you have to pay, you have tax, then you have to pay. Most Montana do not pay. So like, so Don has Kathy over was doing the it's just all that solid. The red line's been put in, like,
No, I,
no guys. And the television thing, it's not really.
We have it.
But it's not local.
It's 11:15, and our next meeting is with Mike Galloway to address public health and safety concerns.
My printer quit working, so I brought my laptop to read my talking points. I would like to give you guys a copy, and I didn't have one of these, so it's just loose mound of OSHA, regulations and guides to preventing mold-related problems in indoor workspaces.
Well, I have a handout too I would like to share with you. Dwayne.
This is I have that also.
Oh, you do, okay. I
I
just
read all
thought
of
that
that
would be, okay, good, excellent.
So,
I don't know if you saw that.
I'm not a big fan of the
No,
EPA,
yeah.
because they talk gobbledygook.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure that you did have that.
So I'm gonna. So this will be the third time that I have had a talk. The other two times were just a public comment, but I have just, I'm kind of disappointed, to say the least, that none of the recommendations that I talked about have been implemented to this point. Now, I know that Dayspring was out here a couple days ago, but they didn't test anything. I think they had told you guys you would have to get a hold of an industrial hygienist to come out and do the testing, which is typical. I was surprised Dayspring didn't have one on board. So at this point, even though they've looked at everything, the building hasn't been tested to make sure that there are no health risks or anything else. And until the building can be shown that there is no health risk, and if there is some gets mitigated, I'm gonna be back saying the same things as I said before. And if you read the OSHA book, they have, it's like on page 2. It's kind of like their mission statement. It's their general statement as to health and safety. And it says, what we all know, that employers are responsible to provide a safe and healthful workplace for their employees. In that OSHA book, if you go on back to about the 4th or 5th page, it will state that employers are required to comply with hazard-specific safety and health standards as issued by OSHA. The general duty clause, which is the first thing I referenced, requires employers to provide their employees with a workplace free from recognized hazards likely to cause death or serious physical harm. Employers can be cited for violating the general duty clause if there is such a recognized hazard and they do not take reasonable steps to prevent or abate the hazard. So, if you guys have ever had OSHA show up, they're not easy to deal with. They like to levy fines. And I believe, my opinion here is you guys have not done anything to recognize the hazard, warn the public, or to abate the hazard. And you can't do anything until you have the building tested. In that same book from OSHA, it will talk about sick building disease. And it talks about several other things. And so is there a maintenance department or a maintenance schedule that shows the ductworks have been cleaned every 3 months or 4 months?
You know what, Mike, so we do have the maintenance guy here, so when you're ready, let's bring him up and ask him these questions.
Okay, because there's some things in there that they will state in public buildings, you should do this, this, and this to ensure safety. But I still say one of the main things, and it disturbs me to think that that you guys don't either recognize that there is a risk to certain people's health. Because I've asked you to put a note, a bulletin on the door, letting the public know that's coming into this building that there is a possibility of mold in this building. And if they're susceptible to mold spores, or they got a respiratory system that is somehow compromised, these are the people that could be impacted. And by not warning or letting the public know these things, I think it's part of your main job is to life, health, and safety for the people in this community and people coming into this building. If somebody gets sick from either here or somebody that worked over there in the sheriff's office for a long time, all they got to do is say part of their sickness was caused by mold, and you guys are facing writing checks because you didn't even warn them. I come here today, I wasn't sure if Dayspring did the testing, but I asked Sheriff Funk if he knew if it was tested, and he said no. They recommended that they hire an industrial hygienist. Maybe they just recommended that to him, I don't know, to come do the testing. So it's still not tested. You still don't know if the building's safe. There's still not a note on the door out there telling the public to be aware that there was some possibilities of a mold contamination. I hear the term all the time. It's toxic black mold is the only one. Well, there's no such thing as toxic black mold. That's just a title the press has given to it. There are different kinds of black molds, a couple that can cause sicknesses. But when you read OSHA, that to people that are susceptible to allergens, there are many different molds that can cause various stages of illnesses. People that have asthma, there's actually, some of the molds will cause asthma. And so, I guess my question is, why aren't we putting something on the board out there? How long would it take to have your guy here type something up and tape it to the board to warn the public when they come in here? So if somebody has emphysema and something else that could really be aggravated, we're not being liable as a county. I mean, it's baffling and really disappointing that this isn't being taken care of. And then I guess, question-wise, that was my first one, is why hasn't this been done? My second question is, it seems like, to me, we've had a couple issues here. I mean, the planner's office was flooded, possibilities of mold growing and stuff. He was immediately moved out and given a new office. When the sheriff's office discovered the mold and they started throwing something up, they've continued to work there. They're still working there. You can walk in there right now and smell mildew and everywhere. They haven't toilet carpets up. And I'm sitting there wondering, I don't understand the two different ways of handling the same situation. And I don't understand why we would continue to have the people work there until what? They get sick? We need to move forward in a proactive way, not a reactive way. And I think if you don't do that, you're going to get the county sued, and you're just not being responsible to your jobs as commissioners. Because, you know, and then my other thing is the maintenance. So there's a maintenance schedule for public buildings in there, and perhaps, I'll back up real quick. When I worked for St. Clair or any other big construction firm, this form from OSHA, forms from the EPA, we had to keep them in our work training so all of our employees could read them. Do you guys have them here? Is there a place where your employees can go and read safety forms, hiring practices, the OSHA, EPA standards for workplaces?
Well, everyone does have a copy of the policy manual. We don't post OSHA. We do post our safety record every year from February to April. We do follow Department of Labor and Industry.
So you have all the posters about hiring and not hiring,
Yeah, you should see
discrimination.
them everywhere, yes,
Okay.
because we contact the job service every late December, early January, and say, please send us all the new posters. Now, last year, there were no changes, but did you receive posters this year, Darren?
Yes.
Yep, so that
So they're
is,
posted.
yep,
These are, we were required, and maybe it was because of the type of work we did,
yes.
but if there's an OSHA complaint and they come out here, I'll guarantee you, you're gonna be writing the checks.
We have some of the OSHA stuff in the county shop. They deal.
We're compliant with everything.
Yeah, but I'm just
So-
saying, you're not compliant with their requirements for health and safety of the people here if you do not give them a safe and healthy workplace to work in. So until this building has been tested to show that you meet the minimum standards set by the federal government for mold spores, you don't know if you're giving them a safe and healthy workplace. You could be making them sick.
Mike, so what I would like to do for follow-up today, I'm going to call our safety coordinator with the state and talk to her about this. And I also am happy to call Department of Labor and Industry because that is who we deal with. I'm very happy to call them and get their instruction.
And they're not gonna tell you to put a note on the door.
Well, I'm probably gonna follow what both of those two people tell us because that's who we call in for all our safety classes and they are the people who guide us in what we should do and the laws we should follow.
Okay. So I'm telling you, if you
Yeah.
get in a lawsuit because
But
somebody
I'm
gets
going
sick.
to be active and move forward with this, and it will be done today. And then I would like, do we have time? We only have a couple minutes left, but I would like maintenance to come up and be able to answer your maintenance questions. Okay, Norm? As maintenance, if you would just let Mr. Galloway know what steps have been taken and who guided you to take those steps, and where you are on your maintenance schedule.
Followed.
We want to come to the microphone.
I followed EPA standards on schools and office buildings, the fact that you got there. Basically, it's cut out any sections, tear out any carpet, anything like that, and chemically sterilize the area, bleach. And then after that, that's basically it right there. That's all there is to it. Now, we're getting tested on Tuesday at 10 o'clock, to be 100% certain, to address the concerns. Is the sheriff's still operating in there? They have nowhere else to go.
There's a hotel right over there, as far as I'm concerned.
They cannot put evidence in a hotel room, I can almost
Okay.
guarantee that. But
There are some people sick over there?
where?
There.
I haven't had anything, I
No,
haven't
they're
had
not
any.
complaining yet, but they haven't been conversing with me.
Okay,
And they
well,
have concerns.
they would need to follow policy and come to us
So
so that
when did
we
you come to
could.
Duckworth Sauce?
I never have.
So as far as you know, they haven't been cleaned since this building was built. So doing mold mitigation, trying to follow the EPA, so first off, you don't clean with bleach. Bleach seals the mold spores into the wood. You need to clean with a different product. You should paint the wood after you clean it to then seal it. And when that was being torn out over there and you were trying to mitigate it, did you seal off the ductwork? So because mold spores are not airborne sitting in the wall, but as you tear up the carpet and you tear off the wall, these mold spores get airborne. Okay, did you seal that whole area off? You're supposed to mandate negative pressure in that whole room. You're supposed to have a big exhaust fan with a tube that goes outside to exhaust the mold spores. Was that done?
I don't have any of the equipment for that. I shut the AC off.
Did you wear the right PPE? Did you have a respirator on?
Yes.
Okay, good. You should be doing that. But the mold spores getting in the ductwork can go through the entire building.
This is a
That's what-
separate HVAC system in the side of the building.
For just these two rooms?
Yep, this one and these offices here.
This is the room
separate.
I'm worried about. I'd
Yeah,
hope
they're
not to be over there.
they're not connected in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
They're not at all. That one shut it down immediately as soon as it became evident.
Can you explain why Daysprings, they don't have a tester?
They don't have it on staff because, I don't know why, they don't have one on staff per se. They just have a third party do it.
An independent person, so
Yeah,
not.
there's somebody, I suspect they're probably really expensive to.
They're
keep
not,
on
I've
staff.
used the industrial hygiene.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah, it-
on staff, I
Yeah.
mean, but to hire, no, it's not gonna be too
Yeah,
unreasonable.
at least it is coming on Tuesday.
Yep, coming
And so it should
Tuesday.
have results within 48 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've followed EPA guidelines and everything else,
And you can talk to whoever you want.
I will talk to
state
them.
one more time, I'm highly disappointed that you don't think enough of the people that live here and come in this building to warn them that there may be a health issue.
I take that very seriously, Mike, and I just, even though that did not get done, I don't want to minimize or diminish our feeling for the community, for the county, because we live here too, and we are a part of this. I don't want to minimize or diminish.
So it was just an oversight to not get something posted.
I'm gonna check and see if something should have been posted. I appreciate you giving me that heads up. They'll be called today.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
anything else for me?
Nope, that's it.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. We now have public comment. I do want to just preface our public comment with, this is a time to be professional and to be respectful to all people involved. So as you come to the podium, please identify yourself and state your comment.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me the time to speak in public comment. And I appreciate your comment about professionalism, and that works both ways, by the way. So we'd appreciate that from you as well. And again, I appreciate the chance to speak in public comment. In the normal course of business, in the past, I've been asked to be put on as an agenda item and with an action. And Willie and I have been coming to you for 3 months with the same concerns over and over and over, as has Mr. Galloway expressed here, and to very little action. So in this particular case, I asked to be on an action item. You elected not to let me on an action item. So that tells me that your concern for the public and your concern for living in this county are not what you say it are, because you're not willing to take action on the items we brought to you. And they're not arbitrary, they're factual things. And you're gonna hear more about it today, I'm sure. In November of 22, we started this process with, we sent 2 letters to you guys saying that we came here with the intent of helping the commissioners identify problems within the county that we hear out there in the community. And we were here to help you try to fix those problems. And of the 50 items we brought to you guys, there's been a few yes or no answers, and this meeting with the Department of Revenue is one that you did get accomplished. Very little has been done in the regard. We've been to meeting after meeting after meeting and discussed it. So, you know, you've politely listened, but no action. I've been a resident of Menlo County for 71 years. I've been involved with the county courthouse for a good share of that time. And I've never seen the unwillingness, the ineptness, the unwillingness to move our county forward like we've seen in the past. You try to dissuade anything that we have brought forward. Like an example today, the reason I'm talking partly in public comment is I asked for 15 minutes. As your form says, you gave me 10. You shut me down. So if that's what you guys think about our comments and trying to help, then I guess we have to take another approach. The culture that I see within our county is such that you guys encourage the infighting and the problems that we see within this county. You don't try to discourage it. I've seen at least 2 of you commissioners talk negatively about our county sheriff. That's not a professional way to act. That's not the way that you should be trying to coordinate and build confidence within your communities when you talk behind their back about their actions. Those are supposed to be the public meetings. If you want to say something, say something. We're in the RIP, we're in all these other problems. Mr. Galloway told you about the mold issue. You guys prefer to bury your head in the sand and just ignore what your general public is trying politely to say to you guys. The question that I have before I go on is, Don, and I sent it to Dwayne as well, the chance to have public comment before you vote on an action, and that has been denied and denied and denied. And of course, I found statute that says that it's supposed to be, and I found an opinion by the Attorney General's office. And so the thing that concerns me is, why would you not want the public to be able to voice their concerns on something before you make a vote? That means you don't care about what the public has to say if you don't allow them to talk. Public comments at 11:30, we have things going on. I'm not on the agenda till 3 o'clock. So the public doesn't have a chance to talk about anything that I might say. So I guess my question to you is that the way it's going to be going forward? That we don't get a chance to address issues before they're voted on?
The thing I would like to say, and I won't typically engage during public comment, but I do want to let everyone know it is a work in progress, Ken. And there's a lot of debate on that public comment. And I also have the statutes, and it does talk about when it's non-ministerial that we don't ask the public. So anything that we typically do, we make our motions on. But if we have a huge governmental issue, like maybe Wally could better clarify that. And I know I keep using the dog ordinance as an example, but when it's something out of the ordinary, something we're not typically doing every day, we do bring the public together, and that's all about public comment. I go back to saying it's still in debate on how that public comment should work. I have your laws, I have Mako's laws, I have a lot of them. I have Wally. I'm forever researching until we determine what the right way to do it is.
Well, just so that you know, I talked to commissioners from other counties, and they do allow that.
Okay, thank you.
So it is out there, and that's a decision you guys have to make. So if that drags on for another 6 months like it has, then that's what we're talking about here. You guys are not doing your job because you won't make a decision. You have to take a stand. And that's the part of the contentious atmosphere that you guys create by not making a decision. So.
Okay, so I don't want to seem rude or uncaring, but Ken, in the order of fairness, I can only allow 5 minutes per public comment so that everyone has that same opportunity.
So that's another issue right there. That just starts when I'm up here at the podium.
No.
Well, let me make one more comment then before I go. The culture you created when the two commissioners made the disparaging remarks on January 20th are absolutely unbecoming and unprofessional of our county leaders. They're disparaging, they're potentially illegal, and you're an absolute embarrassment to our county. That video is out there, a number of people have seen it, and it's absolutely deplorable. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you. And if you recall, I had a lot of comments about letting someone speak over 5 minutes, so in all fairness.
I'll say one more thing quickly, that if you're not gonna do your job and your interests lie in Helena, then maybe you should step down and ask somebody else to take that position so that we get some action in Mineral County. Thank you for your.
Hear, hear. I'm Marlis. I have 3 seconds is all. I want to follow up on something you've got. While Wally's looking at the open meeting laws, this is under Montana Code annotated funny design 2-3-221. A violation of the open meeting laws may subject the agency or public body to injunctive or prospective relief resulting in voiding the decision made in the illegal meeting. And this whole thing spells out, if the public is not allowed to speak before the action is taken, the action is null and void. You've been doing a lot of actions without public comment. So I don't care about anybody else's theories. It's spelled out in the law so that there is no debate about it. And I was hoping, after talking again last week on this subject, you'd have had it fixed by now. I'm getting tired of it.
Hi, I'm Juliet Miller, and the changing of the rules on a weekly basis, and after even public comment has started, you now change the rules again. This is unacceptable. The public needs the ability to know what to expect and not have a blanket statement of subject to change without notice, especially in the middle of our public comment. You are condescending. We are not kindergartens. You need to treat the public with the respect of allowing us to participate, which is in our Constitution. The right to participate trumps your interpretation of MACO's laws, because I didn't know MACO had their own laws. Constitutional matters are constitutional matters, and you follow those first. However you want to interpret them is your private issue, but it becomes public when you dictate to us how and what we can say and when we can say it. It is our job to watch you and to participate with you. And if you don't give us that respect, you're not going to get respect in return. So please give this public the respect of allowing us to participate. You're employed by us, not some deity in the sky. We pay your salaries, and we expect you to enable us to participate in the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kathy Burley, I'm really short. It's with a heavy heart that I come to comment today, and to touch on what Kenny said about the January 20th meeting. 350 people viewed that tape. 350 people probably talked to their spouses. They probably talked to their neighbors. It's everywhere. And I won't go into any more detail than that, but I cannot imagine what MACO would have to say about their president making those remarks. I understand our county has let thousands of dollars slip through the cracks, money that was invested by our former treasurer in CDs with percentage payoffs less than 0.5% that are tied up for 5 years. Like Wally stated, the treasurer is a bookkeeper only. You commissioners, along with the brokerage firms, need to make educated decisions about the money, about the people's money. It is the commissioner's responsibility to manage the money. I know that interest rates were low for quite a while, but you never tie up at less than 0.5% for 5 years. It's my understanding we have CDs that are clear out to 2027 with very, very low interest rates. That's money that this county could use for other things. The people of this county have asked that all meetings be taped and archived. Roman, you testified before the state legislature. You were against that bill that required all government entities to tape their meetings. One reason you gave was the cost and the time involved. The equipment was ordered, and then the commissioners canceled the order. Ken and I offered to pay for the equipment to help the county out. Taping and transparency are your best allies, and that was proved in that January 20th meeting. You ignore building maintenance at the jail and the courthouse. The fairground buildings are experiencing serious issues. If money is a problem, I believe the good concerned citizens of this county just uncovered thousands of dollars by teaching you to invest smarter. Money that has not been earmarked for other projects could very well go to maintaining what we already have. When I worked at the school a long time ago, I was secretary to the superintendent. And I heard them over talking. We were still in the old school down here. And they refused to put a new roof on it. They refused to do any maintenance. And they said to one another, if we let it fall apart, we'll get a new school. And that's exactly what they did. They didn't maintain what we had. You've got to maintain what we have. In closing, Roman, you told me a couple months ago if the people thought you were shirking your duties here in Monroe County, then you would step down as president of MACO. It is evident that you are lacking in moral character and your work ethic for Mineral County is non-existent. I'm asking you to step down from Maple and resign as a county commissioner. You were chairman when the people's money was invested poorly. You had been chairman during the start of the mold issue and the decaying of our buildings. You were a commissioner when I talked to you in 2016 and begged you guys not to spend the money you were spending. And you ended up over $400,000 in debt, had to hire somebody to come in and tell you how to manage money, how to read your reports. And we weren't too far from the state stepping in and taking over this county to manage it. The people of Mineral County deserve leadership they can be proud of. They deserve a leader that goes the extra mile, that will get in the trenches and dirty his hands to make our county a place we can be proud of. Roman and Dwayne, you receive a base salary of $24,981.58. You get an extra $2,000, I call it just because money, or bonus money, and you get it no matter what. The rest of the elected officials, it is arbitrary whether they get it or not. You get longevity, $717.66 of longevity. That was brought to a halt in 2016 when the county went upside down. Health insurance, you get $891 a month towards your health insurance. You get $38 in dental. That's a total of $28,628.24. What are you doing to earn this? If this was private industry, you'd be fired.
Any more comments?
My name is Diane Magone, and I'm also a taxpayer and a resident of Mineral County. And I have a little bit of a different view. And some of the things that you guys have brought up, I do agree with. However, I also think that our commissioners are doing a good job. And I thank you for your patience in all of this. I guess if you're so critical of the commissioners, how come nobody ran against them? You know, you might think about that. It's a thankless job. And it's really easy to place all the blame on 3 people in this county. I was here in 2016. I also remember things a little bit differently. There were some other things going on in this county that were affecting our bottom line. It wasn't just the fault of the commissioners or mismanaged money or whatever. It was some employees that probably weren't doing their job like they should have been doing it. I just would like to see, I know last week when I presented, I got criticized for talking too long, although we were talking about an issue that most of us agreed was an important issue for our county, the Sierra Mountain Road. To give some background, and we were doing it ahead of time to preface what Wally had to say in his motion. I also think that what's going on now is using a lot of our public time. And while I realize everybody needs to have a say during public comment, and I agree with that, obviously. But I also think we're taking up a lot of time repeating what we've said before. And I just think we need to get back to county business and work on those issues. So that's the way I feel, and we not have a lot of people in this room agreeing with me, but I'm also a citizen of this county.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't normally respond to public comment. And this isn't necessarily, it was a previous question, so I just want to follow up with the reason I did oppose, all out of commissioners and Mako opposed that bill, and not because I'm against cameras in here, although like you pointed out, that is something I will never be doing again. I will be pledging to be much more professional forward. But the school districts, the town councils of Superior and Alberton, and the fire boards, any quorum of those small were included in that bill. I wasn't just speaking as a county. I was thinking of all of our county, that if it was a requirement, I appreciate you guys wanting to help us with the camera, but we still had little entities out there that have quorums of board that were included in that requirement, that they must advertise. If their equipment failed, they would have to post in the paper why they didn't have it filmed. It was required that they all be filmed in audio. It was required that they be stored. It was required a timeline, and it was a mandate. And it was an unfunded mandate. That's what I was opposed to, because we all know in Montana how we don't like unfunded mandates, whether it comes down from the feds telling Montana what to do, or whether it's the state of Montana telling our school districts, town councils, fire boards, and counties what to do. That was why I was not against that bill, was because I was thinking of others, not just myself or us. And during the 2016 RIF, it was very difficult, and Diane is partially true. There were some things going on here where we had a hard time getting some elected officials to do things correctly, and when we wanted them to, we faced resistance. But anyway, long and short, regarding the $2,000 add-on, we did cut that. We wanted to experience the pain too, so we removed that. But then an auditor came along and said, hey, mighty nice of you guys, but you cannot do that. The state statute says shall, not may. And so even though we tried to experience the pain with other people, because we had a reduction in force with some employees, and we needed the money, the shortfall was there, the cash, when the report coming out of the clerk and record at that time was not anywhere accurate to what she was telling us. And anyhow, we did try to take away our add-on. We did for many, many months until the auditor said we were breaking the law. So anyway, thank you, Diane, for your...
I just have one more thing to say. I want to say, Roman, I do appreciate the fact that you are president of MACO. I think you can do things to help our county over there, and I hope you remain a strong advocate of HILT and SRS or whatever it is.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Thank you very much.
Roman's got part of my time.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you do. Well, I'd like
Thank you.
to add that I was one of those employees that was left in 2016.
All right, my name is Clayton Ward, and I just have a little, what Roman said, and I don't think it was very fair when we had two people that were elected officials coming under the same guidelines that you guys were getting your $2,000 that they forced you to take, for someone to turn around and say, well, we'll give you $400, you know, when that, it says the same thing in their rules about $2,000 a year, for someone to turn around and say, well, we got to think about that, and we'll only give you $400. That, I'm sorry, is a little unfair when you were forced to take the $2,000. The other people that are entitled to it should have been entitled to the full amount without having to wait. That's all I have to say on that subject. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jane Evie. I live at 2202 Fort Slough, citizen of Monroe County. Originally I only had one comment, but now I have two after observing. Public comment is a time for the citizens to publicly comment. I appreciate that you would like to have rebuttals to things that are said, but this is not your time to speak. This is time for the public to speak. So I'd appreciate it if you don't interrupt me. And especially when Mr. Burley was speaking, Don, you interrupted him, and then you spoke for quite a bit of time, and then you told him his 5 minutes was up. So I think that's inappropriate. Okay. This is what I really came here for. I want to express my disappointment in the January 20th Commissioners meeting, and my disappointment in the lack of professionalism of our elected officials and the hired staff. Some comments that were made were extremely inappropriate, and the attempt to erase the public record is very unsettling. These actions were made in public. If I could see a sincere public apology to both the citizens of Monroe County and the affected parties, then I could consider the matter closed. Thank you for receiving my public comment.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Julie Miller, round two, and I'm gonna follow up on that.
What was said was not said to just one person. It was said in front of a room full of people. Both of you were very aware that this was right prior to public comment. Roman, we have spoken about it, and you did apologize to me. As a woman, I have never been more offended in my life the way men talked about a woman. I understand it is a health issue, and we will not discuss the details of it because it is HIPAA, but your actions I was front and center for. And I have had issues medically that required a surgery similar to what you discussed. It was disgusting to have to hear. And then we go to the legal ramifications. I understand that this recording right here is not the legal record, but any attempts by any of you, including Darren, to erase or to cover that up needs to be taken extremely serious. The fact that you would consider it is unacceptable. You are in public. Every single thing on that table, including your iPad, your laptop, and your phone, and the texting you do at that table is subject to public inspection. Don't text your girlfriend while you're there if you don't want somebody to catch you, because it is all subject to public inspection. Stop turning your chairs around to have conversations. You're doing business at this table. If you want to have private conversations, do it on your own time. But what happened needs a public apology. You've at least attempted to apologize. You are having a problem even looking at people when they're talking about it. And I am sickened that this is a month later and we're just now starting to address this. You both should know better and should have addressed it in public sooner. Thank you.
So I'm Heather Derrick from Alberton. I've sat here all morning, and the most concerning thing I've heard all morning is the fact that there's mold spores in this building. I think that if you were doing your job, you would actually post a little thing outside saying there's mold spores. I personally have got asthma, so I can understand why some people would be upset about this. That being said, maybe just post a little thing on the door saying, hey, if you have a compromised immune system, don't come in here, or at least know what's going on, because from a legal standpoint, if someone does find out about that, that is a lawsuit just sitting and waiting. And to protect you, might as well just post a piece of paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is William of Woody Woodford, and I have two questions. Okay, the first is if it can be explained, the action item that I requested and was granted, thank you, was to address the videotape of, or the videoing of the January 20th meeting. I'd like to know, I think the public would like to know why you elected to close that meeting.
It is public comment. I can respond to that, but as we know, public comment means comment time. So if you want to catch us after public comment, we're going to be here during lunch. I'm happy to answer that question.
Thank you. The second thing I have to say is, it appears to me the tool to use to try to quash public comment and get answers is the agenda request. And the way that format works, it requires you to request an agenda item which you may or may not grant, and then looking for ways that the agenda item may be denied, okay, in this particular case. But thank you. I will ask that question a little bit later, and I will be there at 3:30 for the agenda item and address it there. Although I think you've had a number of individuals that expressed their displeasure and disgust with what was seen on that video. Okay, I'm not sure the best way to go about that, but I would say in general, if you make something, if you do something that is wrong, the best way to address it is to confess about it, not to try to sweep it under the rug or whatever, but rather to address it, make apology, and move on. Okay, just comment. Secondly, one of the issues that has been ongoing, and if it had been allowed to take place, was to move all press, people that wanted to record meetings, people like Juliet, to the back of the room. I want to know, and Roman, the comment that you made in testimony for House Bill 328, as you said, you represent Yellowstone County as the largest county in the state of Montana, and Petroleum County, with a population of 519, is my home county. So I understand that. I understand small counties very, very well. And the comment that you made was, and I understand unfunded mandates, and I understand the resistance, particularly with Montanans and their spirit. Sometimes that's a bit annoying. And unfunded mandates, all I need to talk about is Public Law 94-142 and the unfunded mandate that public schools receive from the federal government regarding special education services. Point being is, you also went on to say that each county or each entity should be able to make that decision themselves. One more comment and then a question for you that I'll probably have you answer after public comment is, now that my understanding is that Mineral County has the ability to video and do a better job, better quality, hot mics, so that they could hear the comments that are being made, not the ones that are necessarily when commissioners turn away and have private conversations. So where does our county stand on implementing video recording and videoing in Mineral County at Mineral County Commissioner meetings?
I'm only one person, but I am not against it at all. So it does probably merit some conversation to.
I think it does, but I don't know that it's appropriate right now. And I would say also, I would like everyone to know, we have office hours. Please, I understand if you'd rather this is in the public, but please also come discuss so that you can really get an answer to your questions. I invite everyone to come, in addition to public comment, to the office hours.
I think to respond, I think it's a culture of mistrust within the community. I'm speaking for myself personally. I don't know how other people feel, but that's how I feel. But thank you for your time and thank you for the opportunity.
Guys, no public comments officially over, or they're closed. I just have one thing to say. So, because the meeting is closed, when Woody gets up to talk on the agenda item, he requested, just for clarity and to make sure everything was right, that I could attend that closed meeting and Ken Verley could attend that closed meeting, and we were told no.
That is correct. A closed meeting is a closed meeting.
Okay. So again, the thing about clarity and equality and clarification, them comments stand.
Are there any other comments?
I just have one quick one. Regarding 2016, back to what Roman was saying, and your comment about call us, come see us, office hours, talk to us. I called Roman, I called Dwayne, I called Lori when I saw things starting to go upside down in this county. I personally called them maybe 2 and 3 times. They blew me off like I was a fly. They never listen to me. So I don't know if it does any good at all to come in and talk off, hours.
Sorry, back again, third time's a charm. Kathy, I agree with you. If you come into Dawn's office and you talk to Dawn while she's in her office hours, how does the public get the information? How do the public get the answers? Lori was here last week. She asked 7 important questions, and every one of them was get on the agenda or come see me during my office hours. The agenda comes out after your office hours, and we don't know in advance when your office hours are. Sometimes you're in the office, sometimes you're not in the office. Phone calls aren't returned, and therefore, how does the public get the answers if all you want to do is talk in your office? So, kind of a misnomer.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm just gonna make a really fast comment.
Okay, you go first.
I'm Lori Stetzel, regarding the comment Kathy made. I've called you 3 times, no call back. So I won't call you
I've
again.
never had a call from you, never.
3 times.
Could you tell me the number you're calling, because it's not.
I'd have to look and I don't have it with me.
Yes, please do, let's get it straight, because I do not
It's
have
the
a
number
call
that's
from you.
listed online on your website, is that correct?
I have, one going to that office for the commissioner's assistant to, retreat, and then I have my personal cell phone number listed online, so there's no way anyone could miss calling me.
I called 3 times, Dawn,
Okay,
and I
but
got no response.
I did not get a call from you. I
It's just
would
like
not
emails.
go without returning the call. So.
Well, you did, 3 times I called.
Darren,
Thank you,
okay,
that's the
we'll talk
only
to the
comment I
commissioner's
had.
assistant and see if we're
I
missing
didn't
it
talk to
there.
Darren and I didn't leave him a message, I left you 3 messages.
I have none, Lori.
Well, I guess since some people get to come up here 3 times, I get to come a second time. I just want to say that Dawn, the last at least 3 weeks since she's been back from sick leave, she has had regular office hours on Wednesdays. And I also want to say the first agenda comes out on Tuesday afternoon. So I think there's some misinformation out there. I know that Dawn has mentioned she needs to increase her office hours. And so what do you guys want? I mean, she has office hours, but people are saying if they talk to her during office hours, it's not public. But if she doesn't have office hours, I mean, it's like you can't win in this county. I don't understand, I really don't. That's all I'm gonna say, I guess.
Thank you for your comment.
I did leave you a message on your phone number this week.
If you want to tell
Just
me
saying.
that, we'll check, because I do not have a missed message from you.
575 or 353-7?
No, I'm sorry. That goes to the commissioner's office, but I remind all of you, I have even put my cell phone number on the website and it's on my personal card, so that no calls will ever be missed.
So,
Oops. And I know that I'm breaking the rule here by engaging. So I'm gonna step back and stop doing that, but you all have access to my phone, my cell phone, my personal line.
Okay, so you're saying that they call the commissioner's number, which is listed on there, to contact you.
Yep.
You do not communicate with anybody like Darren or anybody else and get the message?
I communicate.
Wake
every
up,
day.
people!
I communicate every day with the commissioner's assistant.
Then how are you missing the messages?
So we're gonna step back and we're gonna remain professional again. If you wanna come talk to me about why your message didn't get through, let's work it out and find out why.
My only comment is, Dawn, I think you're trying to do a bunch that you've been doing as a new person. My question is to Roman and Dwayne to think about. You can't have her do all the work. Where are you guys stepping up? There's 3 of you. And how are you dividing the load? And how are you getting this stuff done? And how are you gonna right this ship from in past? It can't be just one person who's brand new and excited about her position at the moment when the 2 of you just sit back. It's a team of 3, it's not 1.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? With no other comments, at 12:10, public comment will adjourn. Yeah, yeah. I know I'm going to hypoglycemic
So
shake.
for Clinton and I's, we are actually working on the same thing, and this is our note for it.
Thank you.
I have
You're tuning it out.
No fair bringing in the wife, that's not the same discussion.
I always think this is funny, and I need to talk to him. Hey, did Darren ever bring us those resolutions?
Not that I've seen.
I didn't know if there was one more thing we did that. I'll go with you. I'm going down that way anyways.
Yeah. I know right where they're at, so.
Sorry that you have to put up, you know, it's tough, but somebody's got to do it right.
Yeah. A couple of taquitos. Some mosquitoes or whatever they call them, mosquitoes. Hey, hi, shrimp.
How I get in and out of my truck. I'm sure you've got the same thing with you.
Howdy. Did you get it okay? So you had to turn it and pull it? Jesus, God, you're gonna tell me that. Oh, wow. So it must have like nothing to it. Oh, dear. Derek's a really good guy.
Where else?
Yeah, but he is first order. Did he go to the Thompson?
Oh, they're working. Yeah, they hit Old County.
Right.
What time we see today? I lost some of my
as good as you.
Mayor, do you have
Yeah, he will. He will. But thanks.
From here down. It's right. It's the same. Yeah, okay. Right, I'm just saying. I'm gonna speak on that. It's an update. So we're both suffering. Okay, right. You go ahead and handle this tomorrow.
Darren, it should go directly to Darren, so maybe I need to check, maybe it's not loading. Yeah, because the number in there is.
That became much more of a
Yeah,
mess.
and so I, but I think
Much more of a mess.
and it's supposed to transfer into there.
I didn't hear
I
you.
don't know.
It's a bigger mess than it was.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to be up there, but.
Yeah. Usually 537 should go directly to Darren.
Yeah, when it's not getting invested in.
But I know that I didn't say one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check the board.
No, you get 4 minutes, we'll get 6.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And I'll probably use it more.
Oh, someone should have shook me. I'm sorry, I saw 1:15. My sincere apologies. We had a 1 o'clock agenda item. I'm always overlooking someone. I'm so sorry. And that is discuss meeting format, Clayton Ward.
Hello. First off, I'm Clayton Ward, and I think everybody in this room that's been attending this meeting will probably agree with me that we need to come up with some standard format for meetings, for this meeting. And the major thing that we have gone through, that through all the meetings I've been to, it's something called Robert's Rules of Order. Okay, some of the things that I have looked at and suggestions I would like to make is, number one, like you do, you open the meeting. The first thing is we open the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Second, you'd have the list, state how many people are present. We have an example of several agendas for these meetings, and where they announce the people that are in presence. Okay, and the next would be the reading and adjustment of the prior week's minutes and approval of it. That way, there's no question, the minutes are up to date and available to people, and the people that are here are hearing them and seeing what is being done. Okay, fourth, a report from the commissioners, like weekly examples, grants in progress, education achieved for people, invites to meeting for people you are inviting to the meeting, future plan, business plans, etc. 5, report of the treasurer. We have a report that Mary Mueller, our county treasurer, once a month will come down and present how the treasury is doing and what our budget is. Julie has a copy of that, she'll pass on to you. And report of treasurer, that's treasurer, okay. And then other things, like I've mentioned before at our meetings about possibly when they attend an LEPC meeting or the health department meetings or different meetings throughout the country that you guys do attend, give a report on those. It'd be nice for the community to know what's going on in our county, especially when it comes to, prime example, the LEPC, because a disaster could happen anytime. And we need to know what's going on. You know, things with the school board. Willie does a good job of bringing things up about the Forest Service. Things of that nature. All boards within the jurisdiction of the commissioners. The boards that they attend, the public would like to know that. Number 6, special announcements of any guest speakers or presentations. And then old business. Any business that, and I'll use an example I brought up earlier, and it's in a different context, was like that pay. You basically pushed it aside until the next week or a couple weeks later. Any of that old business that may need to be taken care of should be taken care of under old business. And after the old business, individual business items with public comment prior to final decision. Public comment, how can you guys sit there and say, we as a public agree that this should be done without, and sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, giving the public an opportunity to ask questions of these people. Public comment, a suggestion, then you go to new business, of the people that have agenda items that want to discuss items. Okay. Business brought to the board by request, public request for discussion or motion. Matters initiated in previous meeting, so maybe something's been initiated but still is considered new business. Okay, public comment. Public comment, in my opinion, should be at the end of all the presentations, because that gives the public a chance, if they didn't get a chance to ask the question, to stand up and say, okay, well, could you elaborate, or could something I do not agree with, and I think a majority of people don't agree with. That could be their statement or whatever, and that's a public comment. Then you're getting the feedback from the deal. That should be one of the last things of the day. It should not be set in stone saying, oh, well, 11:30, we're going to have public comment. Because, as you see on the agenda today, there's things happening afterwards. What if people have questions about, or how they feel about things that are happening? There's no public comment at the end of that. Okay, then final announcements from commissioners, out of office hours as known. So in other words, if you're going to be out of the office on your scheduled day, let people know, hey, I'm gonna be out of the office on Wednesday because I have this, that, or the other thing I have to attend. Comments regarding upcoming events, public committee meetings, or public interest items within Mineral County. That's when you could say, well, this week, Roman, I'm gonna be at the health department, not hypothetically, or Don, I'm gonna be at the LEPC meeting on Thursday night. You know, let people know that. You know, let them be prepared for when they come back next week, if they come back. I'm probably having a hard way of expressing this, but a lot of the meetings that I've attended throughout my life, and I've done quite a few, have always followed pretty much a format of this nature. Like I said, Julie has a list of the formats, different formats that she had taken from Robert's rules and of order, and also parliamentary, which is also another name for Robert's rules. But, so I want things to run smoother in here to where I don't get upset standing up here yelling at you guys. I don't think anybody likes to yell. Sometimes it may seem that way or accuse people, but there needs to be some set standard and not changing right in the middle of a meeting like Julie said earlier. That's all I ask. Okay, and I think Julie has a little bit more to
Yeah,
follow.
could I have 1 minute of your time? Because I
Yeah.
would like to respond to a few things. When you say read the minutes so that they're up to date, I want to tell you that during administrative business is when we approve minutes. So if I were to read them aloud in your meeting, that's not going to help keep them up to date. I just want to clarify that sometimes there are special circumstances and the minutes are not ready on Friday morning. Now, I am aware of the law and that there's 21 days to post it. I know that we have struggled. I am fully aware of that. But I do want to say that is scheduled during our administrative our administrative business at 9 a.m. Okay, so just to address that, I just want you to know that that wouldn't help us as far as what you said, have this up to date, because we're working as fast as we can.
I guess my deal on that is, they may not be updated on the website or whatever, but if you sit there and you go over with the people that are here, what the minutes were and what the progress on those minutes are, even though they're not updated on the deal, at least some people are getting to know. Okay, and if it's being recorded, then when it goes out, people are seeing that.
Yes, and again, I don't know, I think it's something to talk about reading those aloud during administrative business, because that's when we all make any changes that need to be made. He reads it, makes the changes, pass it to me. I make changes, we're looking for grammatical errors, or maybe that wasn't quite what the motion said. So we do that, and I don't know if it's something we want to look at about reading those during administrative business aloud. I don't know. But I'm certainly willing to take that into consideration.
Would you think that would be too boring for people to hear someone read it? I'd rather have copies available on the desk to read on your own?
Well, hearing, some people don't like reading. Some people, just like a resume. You read a resume, you read the first 2 paragraphs. If that didn't catch your eye, you don't read the rest. And so, that's part of the whole thing I'm looking at. And I think that reading them aloud, actually, in my opinion, this is my opinion, and I think some other people's, the administration that you do from 9 o'clock till 10 o'clock, maybe the meetings for the general public and all this should start at 9, and then the administration should be done at the end of the day. So that way, anything that may have been presented, you guys could sit down and work that out.
I think that there is something, somewhere it is recommended that our administrative business is done the first thing in the morning. And so that's why, we've gotten away from it. And when I came on board, I asked the guys, could we get back to that? We need a set time to do this. And so we automatically went to that recommended time of first thing in the morning. But that doesn't mean we're opposed to looking at placing it elsewhere. But then, so I just want a couple of other things. Now, when you say LEPC have someone from there attend, what I would like to say to everyone is that's an open meeting, and it really doesn't have, we always have a commissioner on that board, but I don't know that we could ask an LEPC member to come and report what is going on in their meeting.
Okay, I wasn't saying the LEPC person.
Yeah.
The person from the commissioners
Yeah.
that can sit there and give a briefing basically to the public what is going on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've heard in the past that LEPC meetings have almost turned into fistfights. You know what? You get more people in there, it's gonna, for those meetings, it's gonna get even worse. So if you have the commissioner there and the fewer amount of people that are there, not trying to discourage people from going to the LEPC meeting, but the less people, the less chance of having a fist fight is. And if you as a commissioner that went to it can come out and say, well, we talked about the emergency preparedness for in case there was a train wreck. Or, a major fire that burnt down several deals and we needed special aid or whatever. Something like that, a commissioner could come up and spend, 2 or 3 minutes on that? And that's the thing I'm asking. And I don't know what you guys think about that, but for the public,
Okay, so I have that written down so that we're looking into that. And so this is a good time to say, again, that is where administrative business, where we get to talk and say, so-and-so came into my office on Wednesday and they presented this idea. So now I'm gonna give that idea to you guys so that we all three have the same thing. And so that's when we would discuss, should we do this, should we do this? So much happens during administrative business that I encourage people to attend that. That's when we really get to discuss your ideas. And then I do have a couple of other ones that I quickly want to address so that Juliet can come up here. And I'm sorry because I didn't realize that we had this at 1 o'clock. Public comment. As all of you know, I am the one struggling with that because I'm looking at different models, trying to find out what works best. It is not a closed deal. It is changing right now because I'm working to find out what works best for holding this meeting. So I appreciate your patience. I want you to bear with us as we find the right way to do it. Again, come into public comment or come in during my office hours and say, hey, I've got a great idea and here it is. Because we actually are very open and I want the meetings to run the best way possible. Then two other things that you mentioned. When I'm out of office, the agenda read off-site, office hours, off-site with my cell phone number there. I couldn't come in because I was on leave.
Right.
But I put on that agenda how to reach me because I was still taking calls and still doing business from my couch. So I think we've got that pretty well covered. And I know the guys, if they start coming in, they're gonna do the same thing. So agenda states when what was that? Oh, on the agenda, it always tells you every week what meetings we're attending. Now, I think it's a good idea during administrative business for me to say, hey, you know what I learned at the hospital board meeting? But we do alert you every meeting that we are attending. And I like sharing what I learned, but it is,
Right.
just so you know, it is there.
Okay. But you know what I'm saying, so you kind of agree with what I'm saying as far as sharing with the public at the meetings, that, this is what I learned.
Yes, so I'm gonna encourage you, please come to you are here for administrative business.
And what I see in administrative business is you guys sitting at the desk talking.
Well,
And that's because.
We are talking business, I'll give you that.
Yeah. So,
Payroll.
I'm not gonna walk up here and go, what are you guys talking about? Because then it's me being nosy and it may not have anything to do.
Yeah.
So, that's why I present this. And Julie has more to say on the subject, I think, and some other rules and guidelines. And
Yes.
like I said, she has the examples and stuff, so I will step aside and let Julie take
Sure,
care of it.
and I was talking so much, I didn't give my coworkers here a chance to
Yeah.
talk. I'm sorry, I know you kept trying and I just kept going.
I think it's worth maybe discussing the administrative business time frame for sure, because I know that we often, 1 hour sometimes isn't even enough to
That's
get
right,
through it.
yeah.
So if we did have it later, then we could just continue till it's complete, stop at 10. But, consider that, and I kind of understand, I don't know if it's good to have public comment at the same time all the time. That's when I became a commissioner, I did, so that people could remember when to show up if they had a comment. But it does also make a little bit of sense to have it at the end of the day so that whatever business has occurred, transpired, someone still has the opportunity to get up and talk if there wasn't enough time during the regular meeting. I'm open to discussing that.
And you had an idea on public comment, because we actually are always thinking, so if you would like to tell yours.
I watched the Missoula city meeting there, and they start their meeting with public comment. Does anybody in the audience want to speak to the agenda?
Okay, and then do they also end it with the public comment?
No, just.
See, that's, I guess in my opinion, and for what it's worth, that's putting the horse, or the cart before the horse.
Just telling you, we're looking into it,
So,
we really are.
okay, like I said, Julie has some more stuff to put out, and then she's gonna make a motion, and, yeah, give you guys time to think about it, next week maybe we could have another discussion and figure out where we're at on that.
So thank you, Juliet, I'm sorry I had to work into your time, my mistake completely.
So here's some examples of agendas, including our West End Volunteer Fire Department that does the same format that Clayton had just had given you an example of. If anybody else wants to see what I'm showing them as far as an example, I have a couple of copies. Okay. I'm asking you guys to put a format to the meeting so that the public can have exactly what you're saying, Dawn, which is a sense of normalcy, a sense of routine, and knowing what to expect and what business will be conducted. This is a business meeting, this isn't a social hour, and I can tell you that every morning between 9 and 10, I watch you guys come and go as you please, turn your backs to the public. There's not public business being done here. There's public table, and then there's private conversations. And there are times today when you were talking about things that you deliberately turned your backs to the public. So that's not public. That's you sitting in front of the public doing the business behind our backs. You need to be more transparent. And being more transparent is conducting your business in open, in a full meeting, and not every agenda item is not a meeting, Dawn. This is a meeting. There is no definition between hearings and meetings when it comes to public meeting law and open meeting law. It does not differentiate. We are asking for reports from our treasurer. It took me walking up to Mary's office, and this is what she said she is willing to provide to you every single month. She is more than glad to come down and present to the public every single month the treasurer's report. I don't understand why this has not been done previously. Being told to go to a website, an ambiguous website, to be able to search to try and find our own budgets and read them is frankly not conducive to the public and the public's level of understanding. So you're avoiding that transparency. You do attend LEPC meetings, health department meetings, hospital meetings, weed board. I don't know if the Republican Central Committee is necessarily part of your purvey, but you attend them too. Roads, U.S. Forest Service, Superintendent of Schools. These are all things that the public wants to know. It might be boring, but we still want to know, and that is your job, to do this business and to keep the public informed. Any adjustment to the minutes? Your minutes are inaccurate. I'm getting credit for every question ever asked during public meeting, and there were plenty of other people there, and I didn't ask those questions. I pulled up 1 set of minutes that Renee did, and the only person listed is myself and Ryan Funk. I did not ask those questions. Someone else did. So reading the minutes in public ensures that the public that was present is accurately represented. There is no reason why you can't. All we're out doing is asking you to read the minutes of the previous meeting and agree that they are correct, and if not, correct them and pass them. That's it. We're not asking you to have discussions. We're not asking you to bring up other motions and items that were during that meeting. I think that it's a clear example of how transparency gets lost. You tell us that it's on the website. It was not on the website until very recently. A bunch were updated. So the ability to go back and see if I was correctly represented has not been there. December's weren't there, January's weren't there. I could not say that I was properly and accurately represented. When I did find them, I'm not. So, the LEPC is especially a hard point with me, because
it is a contentious meeting. It's a lot of people there that have a lot of agendas and a lot of work that they do. You attend because we have oversight on them, because we do contribute money to what they do. Therefore, why are you unwilling to come and say, I was at the LAPC meeting last night and they worked on the plan for Flat Creek or the next fire up Dry Creek or whatever it is. Why is that a problem? Why do we have to beg, cry, scream, complain, and bring to the podium in agenda items the basics of telling us what's going on? What do you do on a weekly basis for us? The announcements at the end of a meeting. This is where you could tell us what you are planning on doing. This week, I am going to the Weed Board, or I'm going to Missoula for the Human Rights Council, or whatever, and what your plans are. Roman, you shouldn't have spoke on our behalf without saying something in that meeting the week before. You went to the state and you testified on HB 328 on our behalf without ever telling us you were going to do that on our behalf. You got no public input in public meeting, and you very easily could have said, I plan to testify on HB 328. How does the public feel? You didn't give us that opportunity, but you spoke on our behalf. I don't find that that's appropriate when you have the forum right here to ask us how we feel. I am making, and I asked for this to be an agenda item with a motion, which that part, the action item, got removed. I'm not sure why. But I am asking for the commissioners to develop an amendment to the public participation or to your own resolution that guides how you do things. But I am asking you to work on a motion to have an agenda format that fits the public's desire to participate and to know what you are doing for our county. And I think that your administrative hour is better suited at the end of the day instead of on our time when we are sitting here waiting and we are not hearing your public discussions, your administrative business. We don't know whose checks you're signing. We don't know whose contract you're doing. You're up here talking about should you use Robert's rules for this, but not for that. Let's have it in public. Your job is not private, your job is public. Let's bring it to the public, and that's what we're asking. And I am asking you to develop either a resolution or an amendment to a resolution that states you will follow a format and you will enable the public to be informed. The right to participate and the right to know will not be infringed in this county. Please take this seriously before it becomes a lawsuit, which, trust me, there are many people in this county who have contacted lawyers. Please do the right thing for our community, please.
I would like an opportunity to respond to a couple of things, Juliet. I want everyone to know that we're always throwing around Robert's Rules of Order. Mineral County has not adopted Robert's Rules of Order for their meetings, and I think there's a good reason for that. They're very, very difficult to follow. You have a lot of people interpreting it this way. Well, you missed this and you missed this. So unless we're going to become professionals in Robert's Rules of Order, I think we should use Robert's Rules of Order as a guideline, which is what you're told to do. Use these as a guideline, but they're not your meeting laws. We do follow open meeting laws. There are certain elements in there, and we reach all those elements. Now, the changing of the agenda, Juliet, I'm with you on that. I'm working really hard to get my legs under me and to get the right format. I do not want to make a motion at this time or accept a motion that we're doing this. I'm working each week to get the right agenda. And then when we get that right agenda, then we will make that motion. You can see that it's not on the back burner. I am trying every week to find out what works best. There's a lot of discrepancy on that public comment stuff. I'm still working on it. I'm working with a lot of people. I have different things than you guys have. Let's put our information together and merge it. Because I can show you what I have. And, it's all going back to that non-ministerial way of doing business. So I am very happy to work with you on finding the best format. I see this type of format at the other meetings. I see all different types of formats. And I wish I could make everything better in 1 week. and I'm sorry I can't.
I didn't ask for
No,
you
no,
to
I'm
make
just
the
saying,
motion
I
today.
didn't- No, I'm just telling you where that's at. I wanted to then go to, we've talked with Mary Mueller and agreed to monthly meetings, and as you know, we're also having monthly department head meetings. And that's another time that she will be presenting what's going on in her office. Our first one is March 3rd. Website, you did not find December and January because it's not there yet. However,
You told me 3 weeks ago they were there.
No, I didn't say that December and January were there. All of those other minutes were there under news and events. I wouldn't be off, Juliet, I'm not gonna argue. They have been moved so that you can find them easier. They were all there. I do not lie. I don't need to pretend. That is the truth. They have always been there. So I want you to know you're right. December and January is not there because they're not approved yet. December is approved, and you will find December now up in the clerk and recorder's office. LEPC, I didn't say I'm not willing to report what goes on at the LEPC. I said I didn't think I could get someone to come here from the LEPC. I've never said I'm unwilling to do that. I relish the idea of reporting to everybody what I learned at the meeting. That is not an issue at all. I like that suggestion. Announcements, again, I say, as far as announcing to you what we're doing every week, I think we're pretty clear on that agenda every meeting that we attend. I don't have a problem with saying it out loud, but I just want you to know.
Sometimes saying it out loud might be better
there.
because your agenda sometimes comes out after the meetings that have happened on Monday and Tuesday.
It comes out on Wednesday, yep, that's right. It does come out on Wednesday.
And some meetings happen on Monday and Tuesday, so we don't know until after they've happened. I have asked you to report on LEPC here, and you have told me that that's not your job. So
I disagree,
I have that
but
on
we're not going to
video.
argue.
Please,
We're not going
Dawn.
to argue.
The inconsistency from this board is clear, and I think that the public is finally catching on that you guys are inconsistent. The meeting minutes is part of it. They are inaccurate. You are not accurate on your minutes. Please refer to the videotape if you don't believe me. I'm not going to argue with you, but they are not accurate. I did not ask all of those questions. There were several other people.
I'll have to go back and read Renee's minutes, because if they say Juliet said, I don't even
No,
do
it
it.
says citizen said, but it said that
Citizen said.
Juliet was the only citizen present, and we know that's not true.
I take responsibility for her minutes being inaccurate, and I don't have a hard time, fixing that. So, I think we've discussed everything that you would like us to discuss, and I assure you, we're gonna start at administrative business and get this stuff ironed out and work for what the public is asking. So, thank you, Juliet. Okay?
Are you gonna cut me off instead of letting me finish because you took half my time? Is that how this works?
Are you gonna move on?
No, I'm going to finish what I brought to you.
Okay, I do have to tell you, again, it is my fault, and Julie Prater is here waiting for her. So if I could just quickly have you wrap up.
Welcome to how they appreciate the public.
My apologies to you for
No.
running over.
No worries, I understand things happen, and it was fine if you wanted to finish with her, that's not a big deal for me. So I too submitted an agenda item, and I do want it to be heard because we've heard the theme. I did submit an agenda item with the title of mismanagement of fiscal responsibilities, and I did ask for an action item. Dawn and I did speak yesterday regarding this matter, so I don't need to go further, but I do want to say that what is there is actually not what I had put down. But what I do want to say today is the citizens of Mineral County should expect their county commissioners to fulfill their legal responsibility as a basic principle, but should also expect an even higher standard. This higher standard should come in the form of integrity, ethics, morals, transparency, and leadership. Speaking to leadership specifically, the citizens should find that the county commissioners create a culture within all the departments that ultimately report to the commissioners, either directly or indirectly, to be one of accountability, collaboration, transparency, and honesty. If in reviewing the investment portfolio, which has been brought to your attention previously by other concerned citizens, it clearly demonstrates a lack of oversight by the commissioners and even their brokerage choices that almost $2.2 million has been left on the table by selecting investments that yield extremely low interest rate and selecting long-term CDs. Most common, the CDs are renewed at 5-year period. There's very little variation in over 50 CDs. So when I took some time to really look at the responsibilities and then to bring some examples and then a forward-thinking approach rather than a retrospective approach. So financial responsibility should include experts in their field that are truly interested in gaining the most for the client. In this case, it's the citizens of Mineral County. Active participation by those who are accountable for the results. Ultimately, the 3 of you are accountable. To create an investment strategy with your financial advisor or broker so everyone is on the same page. I agree with the earlier comments about a monthly review due to the frequency of the CDs that are coming due here shortly. And those decisions should be based in alignment of the overall strategy. Short-term investments due to the market predictions and long-term investments. It's best to diversify. So I looked at 2 CDs. They were both purchased in July of 2020. The first one, I took a CD from Raymond James and the standard practice that Mineral County invests CDs in 5-year blocks. This particular CD was invested $99,313.17 at 0.8% interest in July of 2021, or 20 for 5 years. The total interest received on this investment will be $4,036.60. If this had been a short-term investment, for example, 12 months, based on the average interest rate just through 2023, because this CD doesn't come due until 2025, if you had taken that same money and invested it in 2020 at 0.8, if it had come due and the average rate in 2021 was 1.36, the average rate in 2022 actually went down a little bit, 1.28, and then of course the average rate right now in 2023 right now is at 4.5, and by June of this year they're predicting that CDs will be up over 5.25%. If you had taken the approach to do shorter term investments in this single example, instead of yielding $4,000 over a 5-year period, just in these 3 years, so I didn't even go out the final 2 years of this particular CD would have yielded $12,850.26 investment. So 3 times what you would have done if there had been time to really think through these things instead of very much when you look at it, the theme is throw them into a 5-year, throw them into a 5-year. So remember that CD I just shared with you, you invested at 0.5. Literally 2 weeks later, you took another CD. Again, I'm gonna apply the same principle of you put it in 5-year blocks. I'm gonna amortize it for the average years. This CD was $200,063.66. You invested it at 0.6. 2 weeks later, after you just invested a much less one at 0.8, most of us wouldn't have taken that deal. So when you start to look at that amortized over, just like I said, with where the interest rates and et cetera are, same example, this particular one is going to yield you $6,100 in 5 years. If you'd taken that same principle, that CD would have yielded almost $26,000, and that's just in these initial 3 years. So while those are examples of retrospection, the point is looking forward. In 2023, you have 5 more CDs coming due. They total up just a little over $1.1 million. With an average historical interest rate on those 5 CDs, it's 1.8. I averaged it somewhere a little better than others. So if you average it out, it was 1.8. And you come up with about $355 a month is what the interest ends up being on that. On $1.1 million. If these are paid attention to and reinvested wisely, interest rates are expected to be about 5.25 in June of 2023. Again, today they're about 4. and a half, some would argue 4.75, depending on the math. Your monthly interest off of 6 CDs in 2023 goes to $5,636 per month, or a little over $67,000 a year. Just if we pay attention, you guys pay attention to how you're investing these 5 CDs. That's assuming you don't need the money, assuming you don't need the capital. If it follows your practice, historically, when you look through the investments, you plop them back into 5 years. So when you look at 2024, you have another $1.4 million coming due that was invested previously at an average interest rate of 1.4. And that monthly income is about $292 right now on $1.4 million. If these are paid attention to and reinvested wisely, and if interest rates hold at the 5.25, your monthly interest off of these 7 CDs in 2024 goes from $291 a month to $6,740 per month, or over $80,000 in 12 months. Just between 13 CDs that are coming due out of your over 50 CDs, which is almost $150,000 to be added to your budget by the end of 2024. This does not even take into account that Kenny Verley demonstrated the 0.5% interest rate on the sweep account. And for those that don't know what the sweep account is, basically their checkbook, which today is almost $5.2 million, jumped to 3% with a single phone call, which was at $26,000 annually in interest, or $2,100 a month. Just with that phone call, it's now $156,000 annually, or about $13,000 a month, just by thinking through and paying attention. In spending a half day reviewing just 2 of your 3 brokers' account on my own, plus other concerned citizens, about $525,000 approximately can be recognized over the next 2 years without any more money coming in. Not to mention that there are a lot of CDs coming due out to the year of 2027, because the typical practice here is to invest in 5-year CDs. And they're all at very low interest rates. Really, my purpose of today is a call for action from the county commissioners to pay attention. Mineral County is not a poor county. It is a poorly managed county. A lot of money is left on the table, and with active participation by the commissioners, the ship can be righted. The days of being apathetic are gone. This is a call to action, to actively participate in the financials of this county. The citizens deserve far better. What are your so my questions are, what is your investment strategy, both short and long term? The citizens and you should know this answer. Since I was not allowed the action item, I still would like a follow-up on what exactly is the investment strategy. I encourage you to hold monthly financial meetings with transparency and collaboration and report out to the public. If a department is chronically over budget, which I did hear on an open your administrative stuff last week, really there's 2 things that really have to be done. 1, ask the questions why they're consistently over budget. Hold your department heads accountable to the budget, or honestly, based on that conversation, maybe the budget needs to be increased. I mean, life changes, times change just because it's been that forever. I ask that you have checks and balances in place and do not squabble over whose job it is. Somebody's looking into this Montana Code annotated, somebody's doing this. Work together collaboratively, have conversations. I encourage you guys to have 2 people to sign on reinvestments, which creates transparency and accountability. We're in the mess, we are, because of the lack of checks and balances. Today you have a single person who signs off on putting these back in, and it's none of you, and it's not the elected treasurer. I ask that you work together with the common goal of the good of the community and those employed by the various agencies. Seriously, investigate your brokers. The numbers show they're not doing Mineral County any favors. UBS and Raymond James specifically, as I did not review Trail West in my presentation for today. So finally, in summary of the lack of leadership, the lack of active participation, the lack of having an investment strategy is what has left $2.2 million on the table. It's time for some serious introspection. Do you guys want the job as county commissioners? What are you going to do differently? as the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. When can the citizens of Mineral County expect to know what this county's investment strategies are? And finally, in just a half-day work by me, who by no means is an investment expert, and a 20-minute presentation, I've showed you that over the next 2 years, you will gain $13,000 per month instantly, or $312,000 within the next 18 months, that will grow to $19,000 per month, based on if you reinvest the CDs coming due correctly. We have the money for proper repairs on buildings. We have the money for salaries. We have money. We're not a poor county. We're just a poorly managed county. There's a bit of a difference. And so I really would, encourage you guys to take some serious hard look at this, because if I can figure this out in half a day, there's way smarter people than me out there that do this for a living and et cetera. And it just in those examples. So I really encourage you guys to think differently going forward instead of this, just throw it in a 5-year CD at whatever we can get.
Julie, can we have a copy of that?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be great. And then are your questions also attached to that?
Uh-huh, they are. I wrote on this one. I'll get you a clean one.
Oh, okay. I would like to look at
That's
that
fine.
and see that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and just kind of looking at it. But I just really would encourage you to start doing things differently, because again, we're not a poor county. We're a poorly managed county.
The only other thing that I don't really know a lot about this, and that's why I want to look at your sheet and learn, but I can speak to when you said we should have 2 people to sign, and then also the elected treasurer is not signing. It took me a minute to figure out, well, who is signing? So it would be the deputy treasurer that must be signing. Okay, so she does have a lot of experience with that, but I did have to figure out who's doing that.
Well, and I don't think there's anything wrong if you want to do that, but I think more importantly, it's about the checks and balances.
Yes.
I didn't call out the previous. Most people know stories in this room. I'm not here to just call out names and be yucky. That isn't my heart or intention. My point is you really need some checks and balances, and it really should. And you guys are ultimately responsible. Yes, there's accountability on the treasurer side. I understand all of that. But the point is, work collaboratively, and you'll do better if you think about it differently, instead of this is my job and I'm gonna be siloed and all of this. Work as a team. Foster a culture of collaboration.
Absolutely. And, I do want to say, and I know where this is going, 2 people to sign. We do actually have 2 people to sign. I know recently there was a transaction done evidently where 2 people didn't sign, only a treasurer signed. And I'm not aware of that. I will talk to her and find out what happened here.
And even Wally said a few weeks ago in there, and I'm not going to take words out of Wally's mouth because I'll probably not say them quite correctly, but the point is there is accountability and responsibility here, and there's oversight here. And I don't think anything should be done in a vacuum. I mean, the thing is, you're not talking about embezzlement, you're not talking about misappropriation of funds and icky things, but when you've got checks and balances in place, you do avoid those things because not everybody's honest.
Yeah. Well, I thank you because I am new to this. This is something very foreign to me, but I am going to look at your packet and see what I
Yeah, this
can
was
learn.
just for me to stay on task, and nobody wants to be read to, but there's a lot of numbers in there,
Yeah.
and frankly, on a Friday afternoon, you probably don't want me to remember every number that was on here.
And so I don't know if either of you 2 have any comments for Julie? It's one I can't really say much to.
I thought that you signed this.
I did, but evidently there was a transaction
There was.
made while I was out, and it was agreed that even when I was out, though, that I could be called, but something must have been signed, and we were not aware of it.
Well, and I think if you really look at just these 5 coming up, I mean, what did I say, 1.1 million in 2023 between the 5, let me make sure I'm on the right page because somebody will misquote me, of the 5 CDs that are coming due, which is 1.1, little bit over $1.1 million. And I have them outlined on a different spreadsheet at home when I was figuring it out. I mean, think about what you're doing. I mean, interest rates are the best they're probably gonna be. I mean, I don't know if this is the disadvantage to no public comment today, right? Because I'm sure there are smart people out here that would stand up and go, hey, interest rates may hold, they may not, but maybe in June with a proper discussion with an investment broker is that maybe you do some 5-year CDs if you don't need the money. But you better make sure you don't need the monies for reserves in accounts or, other things that you guys know more about. But the point is, really think about your investment. You're taking these CDs, there's CDs in there that are 0.4 that are coming due. And if you can get those at 5, 5.25, I mean, think of the huge revenue stream in interest that comes in just there. And the interest sits in either Trail West or it sits in the cash accounts, depending on which broker of yours it is. And that's all money that this community can use. So when people brought up earlier, the things about fixing the sheriff's office and all that mitigation, and I'm sure there's budgets where things have to come, but you get my point of the conversation, is there's money sitting there that doesn't cost the taxpayers anything. And when you've got buildings falling around you, you've got a fairgrounds doing its thing that was heard earlier as an example, there's money sitting there. Get this stuff fixed. And it's all about investment. And it's not raise our taxes. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's money to use, in my opinion. That's why I have a passion for coming here today, is that I think there's money out there. It just needs to be managed better.
I guess my only comment to that would be our commitment to, getting this every month and having to sit down with the treasurer and learning what we can and finding out what do we plan for our investment strategy.
Yeah, I think it's huge. I mean, not having an investment strategy, just in the stuff I've seen, you're talking $15 million, and that varies a little bit when taxes come in, and I understand that, but I'm just saying overall, that's just $15 million. That if you're using it smart, this county can benefit from it.
And in the past, we had a treasurer who was struggling with some of the stuff, and our financial officer, did you have a conversation with Jessica recently, or anything to enlighten on this topic? I know she's on vacation.
Well, part of it is Jessica, who I've never met her, so I know nothing. I understand she's very good and et cetera. She's not an invest, she's a CPA. It's like, who is your investment strategy?
Right.
And what are your goals? I think that's one of the things when people talk about getting organized, and we could talk about meeting minutes or whatever. For me, I don't really care how they go. I think public comment should be at the end of the day if you want my 2 cents. But, it's really, what are your strategies? What are your strategies around investments? What are your strategies about around infrastructure? What is your strategies about, the buildings and properties that the county has responsibility for? I don't get the feeling that there's really a strategy and a forward-thinking look. I feel like it's reactive and life's just happened, and good intentions probably, but what's the forward thinking? What are you doing? If I can find this little bit of money, I would assume an investment guy or gal could do a whole lot better, right? A whole lot better. There. And that's what I would encourage. And I would like a follow-up on the investment strategy, both short-term and long-term, and not just do things the way you've always done it. I had shared, personally, if the answer is this is the way we've always done it, you know what that is to me for all of my employees? That's a triple dog dare for me to change it. Like, that's not a good reason. It's not a good reason, because that's the way we've always done it. And just in my example, if we thought differently on 1-year CDs, I can tell you, if this was my 401k and I left that, I'd not be a happy woman.
You said March 3rd?
Yes, we have department head meetings on March 3rd. But she, in conversation with the treasurer.
I have a copy of that.
Okay, so she's willing to report specifically to us, but she will also be updating during the department head meetings monthly. And we talked about bi-monthly. I think monthly is appropriate. But she's very willing to come down and have these discussions with us. I think it will be interesting to talk about a short and long-term investment strategy. That's excellent that you brought that forward, Julie.
I think it's important. And things may not have to be monthly or as often as it gets down once you get things under your belt. But you got to get a plan, Right, and without a plan and organization. And then the other concern is you've got 3 different brokers, right, wrong, indifferent, you know, whoever says it. But I don't think they're doing you any favors, because a broker should have not brought you a 0.6 when he brought you a 0.8 the previous 2 weeks. I doubt it changed that much, especially when I look back at the average. But then you need to look at the FDIC side of it. You've got 3 brokers doing 3 different things. They could be putting, a lot of these CDs are 200 or 248,000, so just under the 250 limit. You know, you could end up with the same investment and be over your 250,000 because 2 different people are doing 2 different things and put them in the hottest new CD at the same, or, you know, with their investment. So I think you're leaving the county at risk by not having some kind of control on that, whether that is a single larger entity who can advise you that says if you put 10,000 in here, or 10 million in here instead of 8 million in here, you're actually gonna get this interest rate. See my point? Like, those are the kinds of things that should be having conversations, because sometimes you get different interest rates by how much money you have in there. I don't have $10 million, so I can't tell you what that interest rate is.
But you know, Julie, that makes me think of one other step. So you guys would probably know the answer to this. Does the auditor check those investments? And what has the auditor had to say about it, if so? Okay, because we have a yearly audit, so it would seem to me that this stuff would be part of that audit, and would they not say
Well, they
something?
wouldn't comment on the interest rate or if that's a value rate.
So they would just do nothing, they would just look at the investment, okay, you have this, okay.
It would be in the exit audit report.
Oh, okay.
Is that what it is?
Yes, and we do
See, this
get,
is
I
why
know
when
that
you
we get
public
the,
comment after me.
but we do get the exit audit
Yeah, I mean,
report.
I just say it'd be in there.
Yes,
If there was
yes.
some-
Thank you.
If there was a check mark that.
Oh, yeah, I know that there wasn't
I'm
a
not-
ding for it. I just wondered if they make some kind of like, you know, you guys, you should
A
take a look at
recommendation.
it. Okay,
Well, and, I mean, it's not something that, you know, Mary couldn't put them on a spreadsheet and throw them. And she could throw them on a forecasting spreadsheet as well. I mean, I didn't have time to do that this week, and I have to, you know, I do work full-time, but the point being, and then you're gonna start to recognize revenue, and so then you know the XYZ is coming up. I mean, there's just so much more that if you get the money underneath you, then you can do all the other stuff. Instead of the answer routinely has been, we're a poor county and we don't have the money. And I don't agree with that. I really don't agree with it. You know, especially you had the Department of Revenue here today, earlier, you know, some of those kinds of things and checks and balances and et cetera. So I bring this to you hoping, since I can't have an action item, which I really want one, can you tell? Is, you know, I really do want a follow-up on what are you guys gonna do about the investments. And I think the citizens of this county really want to know what's going on. They wanna know where their money is going, and they wanna see growth, and they wanna see improvements, and there's no reason they can't have what they want. For the most part, I mean, I'll qualify that, somebody will go over the top, but you know what I'm saying.
thank you. I think that your presentation and your questions were very valuable.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, we do have a, let's see if I can do it without skipping. Oh, go right ahead.
I didn't want to interrupt.
We have a break from 2 o'clock to 2:05. Yeah, makes appreciate. Yep, I know it. I'm in
Well, I know, I asked. Yeah.
Don't be one person.
I can't change that.
Oh, yeah.
So might be, do we need She said it was December, right? She said it was
Oh, yeah.
Every guy was calling, what the, 20?
Would you check with them and see if there's any place for your wage check? See if there's all the comments or.
Someone they went out of here.
You don't know who all it is, because you're calling. It's never been his. So I sent it to all of you. Take the damn money. But I don't know what if it's real.
I have some of the same thing in my own children to that point, but I
He is leaving the country.
and all they do is pay for it.
Try to get back to the other town. So here, these last.
And you add that up for a year, your vacations, your driving, it's taken care of.
every comment we try to them.
Willing to show. So this stuff.
Because we saw. There's somebody in the meeting that.
Is ridiculous.
But now she's saying.
Talking about this one.
And I think that people.
I know,
And that's what
Yeah.
So she said it was Renee.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. It must have been a December meeting.
I'm freezing.
This one's done.
Let's see, I don't, but I.
I thought she said December, I thought she said
I
December.
thought she said January. I don't know, I follow, whatever she's got.
She said Renee, I don't know.
She did say Renee. So Renee did.
January, well, supposed to be January
Right,
sixth.
walked out on January 6th.
So we're gonna do January sixth, but
I, oh, this was given to me, so maybe she hadn't started, maybe you had it started. Okay, so I will read what you have. Let's see. Does it say who Juliet was
Oh,
present?
no, none of them.
So we should ask her. I can't, come on in. Do they start at 2 or 2:05?
They're starting now.
Come on. I'll have to ask her if she can work on it.
How are you? I'm Darren. Nice to meet you. Talked on the phone.
How you doing? Good. Thanks for coming over.
Yes, it's good to see you.
How are you?
You work from a podium?
You want to sit down or? You got stuff to show us? We'll just pull up a chair.
Enjoy.
Oh, okay. I'll move like that.
Like they always have.
Yeah, I mean, that. Are you on? No,
No, this is your time.
The only thing is it's filmed now. The only thing is it will be filmed, so we'll have this table, but just be mindful you're on camera.
I wanted to know there.
If you have papers to show, it should probably be more like a work session, I imagine.
I'm technically those decisions have to be made today,
Oh,
but it is more of a work session, we have stuff to get done, definitely.
okay.
So it's fine if I don't share something.
They use my desk.
Or they, somebody could sit here. By me. Yeah. You care if somebody sits here?
I don't care at all.
In my
Give me the chair. Oh,
Right. I'll grab it.
And I
Grab the chair.
oh, we're there. Okay, all right.
It's all very helpful. You do a lot of situations.
Good, how are you? Here's a hug from you and for my friends.
I know, yeah, she is not with us today. Next time she will come back.
How are you? How are you?
Yeah, I mean, I know that for a long time. I'm out of my post-COVID treatment. And I'm like, yeah, right.
Yeah, all because of that concert.
Yes, that concert.
Clayton, do you know what minutes was Juliet referring to? I don't see it in January that she was the only person there.
It might have been in some of the summer. I did see that.
It's hard to hear in here, so
I've been ready when she's been.
I know, that's what we were saying. Clayton is always there, but I can't find it in January.
Quite all the questions, or is it they were the only two there?
I'll check into this.
And that's fine with the- you can read them as much before, even though you have, if you know you're not posted, then people can say, well, wait a minute.
I really want to. The only thing I don't want to see is a change of how we do things.
yeah,
Because
so right.
and I know that there's a lot of different opinions on what you're supposed to do, but I follow what we need to capture.
They were bad, that's why I
Emotions,
said,
we
why
need to
don't
capture
you
the
get
money,
money?
that's not, he said, she
And I called Darren, did you get our report?
Yeah, I haven't been in the office all morning.
That's why I sent Roman a text, because I had no idea he started his. But we have roads between Great Falls and.
Oh, via Lincoln?
well, if that's the one we said.
So
I am not against it.
I used to live on my ceiling.
I said, that'll teach you.
I'm sorry.
We were in Great Falls. I was in Helena yesterday, we had a meeting with them at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
You drove from Great Falls today?
Yeah.
So this will work, right?
It's okay with me, does anyone mind if I turn the heater on?
No, please.
Always freezing. What about my comment here, even though I know we need to start?
You're a Montana girl, where your guts go, man.
I don't know it. I wouldn't be freezing all the time, but I am.
Cold too.
Yeah, he makes me
I just
different.
didn't want to say
So.
We fight over the fever all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I still didn't eat lunch and I didn't eat all your shrimp. Where'd you put them?
There you go.
Did you want to take them home for a snack?
No, I saved them just for you.
Yeah. Okay, what are we doing here? I need to get.
Gotta feed the horses.
I forgot your salmon patties. I know we have to kill most of them.
We do, it's not really wheat. Most of that is. I like to give her.
Did you see anything?
I got done with this page, and these two I still have to do, and I haven't read that. Well, that's the numerical pile you had. It was upside down when I hit it. There, so, 5. 7.
And Darren, this might be a good time, if you could, I think, while they talk to us, if you could run and check those December minutes and see where that is.
December?
Yeah.
You want me to make a
Which
copy of them
one?
and bring them down? I mean, I'll sit here and look
We
at
have
them.
enough
and
paper.
then-
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
That way, if I
I
see
think-
something that looks like it's,
Paper is not good for me in my hands. Or pens.
Oh, one of those is.
Dwayne,
What color do you want?
I like the darker blue, I think. Oh, no, I wanted the Wedgewood blue. They're yours, Roman. Why did you want to keep them?
What?
Oh, Eric, it's just me. Normie.
The pool party.
Did you stay till later?
I started, where out?
Did you have a good conference?
Yeah, that was, huh?
I said, I thought the board meeting went really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I enjoyed Senator Dane, or Gene Forte. You had probably gone during that.
We are.
We're ready. Okay, so I can start, or you want me to start, or John, one of the two
No,
wants to start?
either of you.
Yeah.
Okay, good, well, I just wasn't sure.
I should have called the meeting to
Well, I just didn't know. To most of us. I did. Oh, that's okay, we can just look at it. Yeah,
I should have known that.
And then I'll email it to them.
Where's that agenda?
What?
I went on Dawn's stuff for starting, but.
It's mine.
Okay, we are a little bit late. It's 2:05 and we have Mako here, Pam Walling.
Walling.
Yeah, thank you, I'm sorry, and Joanna,
Ramasco.
I wanted to call her Reeves. Here to present for a county review of our healthcare, is that it? Healthcare rates? Okay.
That's the annual renewal meeting. So thank you for letting us come and visit with you today. I'm going to start with a letter that I've handed out, and I've given a copy to Darren for your records. So, actually starting with this document right here, the one right on top. And as you can see in paragraph 2, it says the overall annual adjustment for healthcare, the healthcare trust renewal rate increase was 11.4. And when you look down into the chart down here, Mineral County also received this same annual rate increase of 11.4%. So what we've done is we've given you an illustration of where you've been the past 9 years with us. And you can see under Mineral County, that's the second column. Your average rate increase over the last 9 years is a 4%. This year it happened to be 11.4 with the average of the trust. And if you look at the middle column that says Mako Healthcare Trust or Mako HCT, you've performed with the average of the trust all these years. But if you look at the last column, which is national medical and RX trend, national trend for those services are about 8.7%. So we still feel that even though the trust had a tough year in terms of, we had lots of claims, we feel that, considering what happened with CPI and there's not anything that hasn't went up, I feel like, our trustees did as well as they could, or actuaries said we could have much higher claims or rate increase. However, the trustees used some of our reserves to buy that down to the 11.4. And
what are they? What are some of the market doing?
yeah, I mean, for groups that have, like, high utilization rate, they can see in the neighborhood of 20 to 30% increases. And
20 to
so,
30.
I mean, depending on how they're running.
How their claims are going.
Right, yep, and that's where I think, you've been running par with the pool, which has gone very, which has been good. Our actuary did certainly recommend a higher rate increase based on how many claims we had this year for the trust. However, due to the financial strength of the trust, the trustees have actually set aside funds that we call rate stabilization funds. So the whole goal and purpose of the trust is to try and stabilize your rates over time so you don't see any huge peaks and then major dips. So that is a huge benefit to being in the trust and pooling. And you certainly, and you did have claims that hit pooling, and what that means is any claims over $50,000 get pooled. Anything over the $50,000 gets pooled with all of the members of the trust. So any of those dollars don't go against your county's utilization performance per se. So we only kind of hit the county with 50,000, and anything above that gets pooled. So if you have a high cost claim, the other counties help you with that, and vice versa. If they have a high claim, everything kind of pools together on that. So Roman probably remembers seeing this in our board meeting, that one of the things that we did talk about were we had a large number of counties that had loss ratios over 100%, and really what that means is for every dollar we took in, Mineral County was one of the counties that didn't help pay any of the admin. We actually paid out more in claims than we received from Mineral County. So pooling definitely saved your experience because of taking out those claims that were 50,000 and over. When we take those claims out, we really ran what were they? You guys maybe a point off from the average of the trust. So overall, we never like to see counties that have loss ratios of over 100%. And this year, without pooling, we had quite a few of them. But then when we share those large claims with everybody and they share theirs with you, overall, you run really well with the trust. So, but it's not, we didn't make any money on you, so. So that was the good and bad of it, right? The good news is you could have had a worse rate increase, and the bad news was you're one of the counties.
Things are going up.
Yeah, we just kind of had a tough year all along, and so did you guys with us. And that's where, like what Roman is stating, is typically if a county is what we call over 100% loss ratio, which means 100% of your premiums got used to pay for claims, and there was nothing left to pay for all the administrative costs of running the trust. Those groups typically, in a different sector, would see 20+% increase for sure. And so that's kind of the benefit.
What you call the mod factor, the high.
Well, outside of NACO, because we're a pool instead of just being a fully insured group, they look totally just at your county's loss ratio. So they would look at 100% of your claims, including everything that got pooled, divided by your premium, and then that would have been a higher than 100% loss ratio. So that's where then they really go. They hit pretty hard because most of those are running with about a 20% admin rate. So they want to recoup that 20%. If that makes sense.
That's this, what we paid last year.
So, Dwayne is asking me what you guys paid last year, so I gave you 2 rate sheets.
Yeah.
You're just jumping ahead of us a little bit. I just need to tell you, but that's okay, because maybe that just means we need to talk faster. So the only other thing I wanted to tell you on that was that dental also had a slight rate increase. Somebody said slight is not 7.3, but really what happened with dental is last year it was $38 and it went up $3 to 41. So this here, the black and white, this is your rates that are currently on last year. And you can see your contribution was the $9.29. This rate sheet here, the pretty colored one, tells us that these are what your new rates are gonna be from July 1 of 23 to June 30th of 24. You have 55 employees on the plan. We've applied the 11.4% rate increase, and these are your new rates on the colored rate sheet. And you can see the 7.8 that applied to dental. A group your size can offer up to 5 medical plans. And then when you go down into the actual spreadsheet portion, underneath the kind of bright blue line, that's your existing plans, which are gonna be the same as your plans from last year. So your existing plans are the RM 1500, and when you look at that, that means the plan has a $1,500 deductible. Then it goes 80/20 co-insurance, with the insurance picking up the 80%. The maximum out of pocket is $3,000. And that number right behind that in parentheses are the number of your employees that are currently participating in that plan. So when you go down to the next plan, you have the RM 2000, you have 2 employees that participate in that plan. You have 3 that participate in the RM 3000, 3 on the basic plan, which is the BP 2000, and you currently have 2 employees who participate in the HD, or high deductible health plan, with a $3,000 deductible. When you go across, then I'm ending kind of on the light gray line, right above the green line, and you can see member only, you have 46 employees that are insuring only themselves. It doesn't necessarily mean they're single employees. They could be married, but they're only insuring themselves. And then under member spouses, you have 5 employees that currently insure themselves, plus a spouse, and you have 3 that insure themselves and only children, and you have 1 that insures the entire family. And my guess is that's probably a family that has both employed at Mineral County. That would be my guess.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it just took me a minute.
You know what I'm talking about. So, these are your current plans. And when you go and look at your rate sheet from last year, your contribution was, right here, kind of at the top of the page, Mineral County contribution, $929. That was actually based on the RM 1500 plus your dental rate. So if you were to follow that same philosophy or that same logic, you would be looking at the $993 plus $41. We're not saying you have to follow that philosophy by any stretch of the imagination. We're just saying that's what you've done historically for quite a number of years now, and that's what you'd be looking at if you continue with that same, logic. But you definitely do not have to. Underneath the green line, those are alternate plans that we are offering, and
okay.
Right. So currently you offer the HD 3000.
Yeah.
And let's say that let's say you're gonna completely change the way you do things, and you feel like we can't afford to pay 100% of the RM 1,500. And so you're gonna now start to pay for the RM 2,000. This is just for an example. And so your contribution amount, let's say it was well, that would be less than last year, you wouldn't wanna do that. We wouldn't add the $41 on that. Well, if they did that, and so that made people shift out of that RM 1,500, maybe you would think, we might not have so many people that would want that plan, we wanna change plans out. Just know, if you wanna get rid of any of these plans up here, you can substitute them out for one of these high deductible health plans at the bottom. I'm not saying that you should do that, I'm just saying you're welcome to do that.
In addition, we didn't put it on your rate sheet just because currently you offer the HD 3000, but we did add an additional high deductible health plan this year, the high deductible 7,000. But it doesn't really necessarily make sense for your county since you're currently at the 3,000. It makes good sense for somebody that maybe already is offering the 5 or the 6, but that'd be a huge jump for you and your employees. So we didn't add that to the rate sheet, but just know that is available as well.
Do you have any questions so far?
I don't, I know, because I think, okay, just stop, I know what we need to do. I mean, I know what my opinion is.
That's okay, I'm the same, I'm exactly the same. But I do think it's important that we review this once a year.
Of course.
Just to see, where you're at. But the other good news is you don't have to make decisions today. Open enrollment typically begins on April 1st. So that's when our online enrollment system opens. And obviously we would want your decisions before that. But you have, quite a few weeks before you have to make that. But hopefully we will get something back from you in, the next couple weeks where you guys can have a conversation and decide, are we gonna continue with the same logic and, are we gonna continue doing the same thing or do we wanna, some counties just set a flat amount and let's say that they set your amount at $975. Then that $975 can be used for any of the plans if you so choose. So you can do it however you want. We don't have to have decisions today. Obviously, we need them by April 1st, but preferably the sooner the better.
So could I ask you guys both, we have time to talk about this. Do you have a problem with making that decision today?
No, I don't.
Do you?
Not necessarily, I mean, like I said, those changes might be to the HD plan, that seems like it would be too big of a bump, and I don't think that employee would.
Well, I'm just thinking though, the bump, and they did give us a couple options, like, so it's gonna be up to 1,034 with dental, right? So, I know what the feedback from the employees is, I don't know if you guys do. Well, I think it shows you, 45 people out of our employees,
Right.
yeah. And so, where do you have to go to look to see if we can afford the 1,034?
Where do I have to go?
Well, where do we go to find out?
Well, do you use the permissive mail? Are you asking them or me?
I'm asking them, but maybe you have the answer. I mean, because
Do you use the permissive mail for the funding of your health plan?
Yes.
As long as you use the permissive mail, then you can mail the increase. But, I mean, if you had lost a lot of money from someplace else, maybe you wouldn't feel comfortable with that, but legally you can. Is that a good answer?
Legally, we will.
Yeah, and historically, what it isn't covered is oftentimes Jessica takes some help to apply it.
So we don't have to call up and say, hey, show us the budget so we can see that we have.
No, we can take the time to make sure that that's still gonna be kosher, and Jessica will be back from vacation.
Yeah, there we go.
I'd like to, this is one
that
more
would-
thing we could get off our plate today, make the action be done with it. That's all.
That you also have the ability, I like that same philosophy, Donna. You also have the ability to say, these are the plans we're gonna choose, and the next page we're gonna talk about is this page here. And this is where you tell us what the logic of your plan will be for this year. You can see that last year we filled it in kind of blue that said that it was the RM plus dental and it was $929. Well, here you put your 23 contribution. So what you can do is, my professional opinion is, I think the plan selection that you're offering is good. I don't know that you need to change up your plans. The only way I would say that you would wanna change your plans is if you were gonna drop your contribution because you couldn't afford it. But if you're good, then I think I would at least select your plans today, if you're comfortable doing it. You don't have to, but that's the part we really need to know up front, because it takes some work for us to change out plans. And then this part, if you wanna check with, whoever does your budget or whatever, you could fill this in later on and send it to us if you want. But just since we're on this page, I also want your like to review, which I think you're doing it the right way, but I think it's good to review. Because probably about 3 out of the last 5 counties that I've been into, I have had suggestions of how I thought that they should change their eligibility. But for you guys, I actually think you're doing great. In terms of minimum hours, and these are only for new and your current employees, they have to work 30 hours a week to be eligible for benefits. And then this is just only applies when you hire somebody new. It's the first of the month following 30 days of employment is when their benefits kick in.
Okay, so first of the month, so what I always have said, they might not have 30 days though. What if it's somebody working 4/10s?
These are calendar days. So it doesn't these aren't working days?
Oh, they're not working
Yeah.
days, 30 days of employment, okay.
Yeah, does that
Okay,
help?
Yep. Yes, that is really good, except I don't understand, and I've asked this before, maybe you can clarify it for me. What happens, somebody is hired February 10th? No, not February. Let's say they're hired in January, so we count February 1st. There's only 28 days. And so then do they end up getting insured on March 1st? Or do we have to go 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th? Oh, you'll have insurance March.
It's always the first of the month.
So even though there's only 28 days in February, it's not 30 days.
No, it would be 30 days. So if you hire somebody February 1st.
No, what if it's January though? So
then they would be February 1.
we would start at February 1, so they would have insurance on March 1st.
No, they would start on
April 1st.
Well, hold on,
No.
are you saying they?
Because of the 28 days in February.
She went back and used the example.
I mean, yes, yeah, okay, but it goes the same with
If they
a
were hired
month.
January 30th.
Oh,
So we
January 30th, I thought you said January 1st.
That's what I just heard her say.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was mumbling, because I didn't mean the first. I meant any place in January that took us to the 1st of February. There's only 28 days. And so it has to follow 30 days. So then March 1st, they're not really eligible for insurance.
If they were hired January 15th, they would be.
If you have to
But
go
if
to
they
the
were
1st of the
hired-
month, why?
Well, no, it's first of the month following
30 days.
30 days of employment. So if you were hired January 15th,
Yep.
30 days of employment would be February 13th or 14th. So then your insurance becomes eligible March 1st.
First of the month.
If you were hired January 30th,
Mm-hmm.
your insurance becomes eligible April 1 because you have 30 days.
That's what I've never had that clarification. So,
Yeah, it's February's bad.
February's
I know, but then you think of, okay, because the way we were doing it, I always wondered, well, what about the month that has 30 and the month that has 31?
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that works itself out just fine.
Yeah, okay, so it's only the February.
It's
After
February.
you work 30 days. then
I
it's
actually
the
have
first-
a question here.
Yes, go.
Yes.
Because we just hired a deputy. Okay, if I'm wrong, I'm glad you guys are here so I can tell him. So he started, let me stay here, 21st. So he goes the rest of this month to the 28th and all of March, and he starts April 1st, right? Is that?
That's how I've always done it.
Yeah,
Because-
start April.
Because, okay,
Yeah,
April
yeah,
1st.
yeah.
If you go to the
February
1st
28th
of the
is
month.
that what he
February
said?
21st.
21st,
Okay,
yeah.
so then he works 30 days.
Yeah, but
So
And
he
then-
finishes this
First
month.
of the month
and then
following
30
30
days.
days.
No,
I've always gone
The 30 days start in here.
first of the month.
Following 30 days.
Yeah, so.
So your 30 days comes first.
Yeah, we have never done it the way, all of my instructions have
But
been,
they-
and everyone I've ever enrolled, this is the way it's been.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
So I've always said, oh, you started February 15th, well, we're not gonna start counting until March
30, you work
1st.
30 days, and then
And
the
30
first of the month.
days
See,
you're
comes
eligible
over.
Exactly.
It kind of works out.
So the
But our
first of-
system would have
The
caught
reason
that,
why,
and we would
why
have started
February
them at the
sucks,
right time.
because you were hired for the one.
Interesting.
Then you work 28 days,
We would have caught that.
29, 30, but doesn't kick in until
Because it's 30
the
days.
first
I
of the
get
month, yeah, so that
Following
was
30 days
screwed.
of appointment.
I know.
Okay,
Out loud.
that makes sense to me.
Good, good. So February's one that throws you off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I used February, but
Well,
even if it wasn't
I come up
February.
with the same date, but I told him kind of the wrong way, but it's the same date. I told him that he would have to finish this month, and then the following month, he'd have to wait, and then he'd be.
On April.
Yeah.
You did
But
that.
really what we
That's
do,
not fair.
I mean,
That's not
really,
right, though.
But that's
you
how I
came
know.
out to the same answer,
result.
but this is really how it is. You start them on whatever day, you count your 30 days, and then it's gonna start that first of that next
30
month.
days, so you say he starts 21st, you count off 30 days, and whatever's left, the next month he starts.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, you got it.
I got it.
Right, and so and this is actually what we prefer. So I feel like you don't need to change this, but I just think it's good to review that every year.
Pretty.
Yeah, I do too, I'm glad that that was there, that I could ask.
30 days.
Honestly, that's what
Yeah.
But he's worked with you about this.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I've
Yeah.
never worked with him before.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, good, that's good.
So yeah, first of the month following 30 days. Yeah, you got it.
Huh. Interesting, Darren, for 4 years, we've been enrolled from.
I know, well, it's got right.
Typically you come up with the same end
Okay.
results.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of what I was thinking, is that it's pretty, it doesn't matter, but
I'm glad we're here to ask them a question.
And our system pre-populates, so
Yeah.
if you came up with a different, immediately Tanya would be reaching out to you going, hey, wait a minute, time out.
Oh, yeah, and I've never
Start
had
date is
anyone
actually
reach
X.
out,
So,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we would have been saying, hey, yeah, right.
I do.
So the other thing I wanted to bring up on this here is, I think now, this last year, if you were on, you took the high deductible health plan, and the premium for that was $742, and your contribution was more, you were allowing that to now go into their HSA accounts?
No, we were not.
Okay, you were not.
No.
So that's something that you may wanna consider doing, and,
I know that you guys were pretty strong against doing that.
okay.
Not to say that that's what you have to do now. I'm just saying, I remember sitting in on these meetings, you were very much against that.
Because they don't use it at the end of their employee,
So,
What was that, Roman, if they don't?
at the end of their employment,
When they're
if it's
50.
not utilized in that account.
Then what? Oh, they
Yeah.
do.
That sometimes,
The benefit of that, I mean, I'm a huge proponent of high deductible health plans and
Yes.
HSAs, personally. I mean, that's all I've done for the last 15 years. Is for a family, like, to get more people on your plan as families, they can likely afford the high deductible health plan more so, but if there's money remaining, and say you're a young, healthy male in your 20s, you may opt to select the HSA plan, or the high deductible plan with an HSA, over the RM15. And I guess my philosophy is, if your members have a little skin in the game, sometimes they aren't overutilizers of services. So if I only have to pay 20% to go to the doctor and I just got a runny nose, I may just go to the doctor. If I have to pay 100% of that and I have a runny nose, I might think twice about it and go, oh, you know what? I think I'm okay. I'm gonna try something over the counter. Or, you know, if I think I desperately want that MRI because my back's killing me and I demand the MRI, if I have to pay out of pocket for that, I'm gonna think, do I really need the MRI? But I mean, there's some huge benefits from consumerism perspective on being on a high deductible health plan and having some skin in the game. But it doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to be on a high deductible health plan unless your employer is contributing to the HSA, or if you can afford to contribute to the HSA above and beyond.
Commissioner, I think that
Yeah.
look good to have county money go into their savings.
But it's not a regular savings account.
No, not yet.
Except though, isn't it when you turn 55 or something, then you do
65.
get to take all the money out? And I know that example, yeah. I
That was the
remember.
part.
Gotcha. Yeah, and it's certainly.
But I understand what you're saying about
Yeah.
overusing the doctor.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some big benefits to a high deductible health plan, but I would say you're not gonna get a lot of people to jump on that unless there is at least a contribution of some kind into an HSA. And
Yeah.
some employers may say, if you pick that, we'll give you $50 a month, but not the full variance. And some
Yes,
give you the full
yes.
variance. And so there's lots of options of what you could do there, but just know it's an option.
So, here's a thought when we consider that, and I don't know if you can do this here, but could you say, we'll go ahead and deposit a one-time $1,000 contribution to your HSA? No. And then
I
no
wouldn't
more.
recommend it, no.
Okay,
Because-
it's just a thought.
Because you need to
Qualifying.
treat everybody equal. For one thing, let's say, well, high deductible health plans don't work for everybody.
Right.
And these are the people they don't work for. If you're over the age of 65 and you're also on Medicare, then you cannot contribute on a pre-tax basis and your employer cannot contribute. And really, we recommended at age 64 and a half that people quit contributing. If you have an employee that is on Medicaid, they wouldn't be able to utilize that plan. If you have an employee that utilizes Indian Health Services, within 90 days of utilizing Indian Health Services, it's not legal to have money going into an HSA account by your employer. And let's see, who else did I miss? Oh, if you're double insured, let's say my husband works at the railroad and he does not have a high deductible health plan, but I'm insured on his plan. I couldn't take the high deductible health plan and receive the additional money from the county. So they don't work for everybody, but for a lot of people, they're a great option. I'm just gonna use myself as an example. Don't have kids, basically my husband and I are healthy, except for that, $100,000 COVID hospital stay that I had. And, it was the first time in my life I'd ever been in the hospital, and so, typically speaking, we're either gonna be really healthy or that year I was really not healthy. And the nice thing about us having a high deductible health plan is that we actually kind of need a tax write-off. And it's a good place for us, not my employer's money, but me personally, I'm putting money in my health savings account that comes out of my check on a pre-tax basis. And I'm able, because we're both over the age of 55, we're able to tax shelter about $9,200 in a year. And that's a big deal. That means we're not paying about $2,500 in taxes on some money that, who wants to pay taxes, right? And if you don't have to. But also, I've been in this industry long enough to know that, just because my husband and I, we've each used our health insurance essentially one year out of the last 58. And I know the potential for that to happen again is right around the corner. It can happen at any time. So if that happens again, we're both on the high deductible health plan with a $5,000 deductible. But if I have the $5,000 in there and one of us ends up in the hospital again, I've already got that money saved on a pre-tax basis. So it can be a very good tool for people who utilize it.
Well, and all of that is the precise reason that we always have new people talk to the insurance people, because there's, no thank you. I mean, and we want them all to get the expertise. I know that young people need to at least think about that high deductible. I think it's not always promoted, or it's promoted in a negative way. So it's just important to me that the employee always has the conversation with the insurance company.
But I would, I'll be honest.
She came downtown, she actually suggested that to me.
Okay.
She's like, make sure, don't ever advise them on insurance. I'm not an insurance guy.
Right.
I don't have the knowledge to advise them on anything. They need
Yeah.
any information, they need to call you. So,
Well, and it protects the county too. If you were to direct them to something, then they're like, hey, wait a minute.
exactly.
We have the E&O coverage to cover us.
Right.
They
So
don't
we-
need to get angry.
We have licenses that allow us to talk about those things legally, but also our company provides insurance, like Joanne said, but what that means is errors and omissions. So if we were to tell them something and they came back and wanted to sue somebody, they could sue us, but we have protection. Where you do not have a license to talk about it and you don't have insurance, or insurance that would protect you if you were given wrong information. So, but Dawn, back to your comment, unless there is a benefit for somebody to do that, and everybody's benefit is gonna be different. I told you my benefit is not that my employer contributes so much, because I have my husband. So any extra that any extra premium that would be left over would go to offset his health insurance typically. So for me, my benefit is, it's a tax savings. And same for somebody like Joanne. But if you give your employees an incentive, like saying, hey, are you willing to go with a $3,000 deductible? And then we'll give you that money, but that's what you're gonna use to pay your $3,000 deductible. But when you look at your risk between the top plan, the RM 1500, and your ultimate risk of the HD 3000. See this number right here? They both end, the top line and the bottom line, they both end in a 3,000. So honestly, Roman, if you came to me and you said, I'm gonna have a hip replacement this year, you know what I'd tell you? You should be on the HD 3000, not on the most expensive plan, because we know you're gonna hit your max out of pocket, right? You're telling us, I'm gonna have this surgery and it's, I don't know, what's a hip, 50,000?
Okay.
You're gonna hit your 3,000 max out of pocket. Well, why wouldn't you just take this plan here with the least amount of risk in it? You could take this plan up here that has the same amount, which is the least amount of risk, but meanwhile, that plan costs $993 and this one costs $827. Why wouldn't you do that?
How is it, like your prescriptions and stuff all the same, or no?
You pay for them yourself.
Yeah.
So then that's the difference. Okay, so let's just use that as an example. Let's say you set your contribution at $993 and somebody takes the high deductible health plan with the $3,000 and there's $827 difference. 93 minus 827 is $166 difference. Well, if all I take, courtesy of COVID, is a high blood pressure medication, and that medication is free on no matter what plan I'm on, I have $166 to put in my HSA account. But let's say that I take a medication for some health condition, I can't even
Rheumatoid arthritis.
Rheumatoid arthritis. And I have to pay that out of my pocket until I hit my $3,000 deductible. Well, it's more than $166 a month. I might want to stick with that RM plan because your plans typically, those drugs typically are going to be capped at $50. And so that's the reason we offer a variety of plans.
Yeah, because it doesn't work for everyone.
Is it doesn't work for everybody. Does that make sense?
Yep.
But that's what we do. I would sit, that's what we do. We sit down and we review with people, what medications do you take and how much are those medications? So, I'm not saying you have to do this. I just want you to know what the options are and how they work. And like Dawn had said, it's kind of negative, but it's because of the lack of the contribution on the county's end. for most people. But that doesn't make any difference if that's your philosophy and that's how you like to do things. And some, I'm gonna be really honest, this is another thing. Some counties, if they're gonna offer something like that, you know, they don't wanna, it's another, and Kellanna's done this, cause her and I have talked about it, but, you know, it's another thing to administer.
Yeah.
Oh,
And so, you know, do you guys do flex right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And is Allegiance your flex? Who's your flex?
Aflac?
Aflac, okay. And Aflac also has a product that has an HSA for free. So if it's something like that, that it's not costing you money, and if you're already administering the flex and they can do the HSA, it might work out fine. But I just want you to be aware, that is another program that she would have to make contributions into or whatever. So that could be an issue as well. But don't feel like we have to make any of those detailed decisions today.
Right.
You know, just, I think the big thing is, you know, do you like the plans that we're offering?
I know, and my personal experience with the employees is yes.
I agree.
These are all great.
I
Yeah.
agree completely.
So do we have a motion? And what is our motion going to be? To accept the, I know, I always ask that, don't I? Is it going to be to accept the renewal rates from Mineral County, July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024 in the amount of $1,034? Is that what it would be?
If you wanna do it.
Well,
today.
it is within the amount of ones that are elected.
Well, with the dental,
Yeah, but how do you know they're gonna take it?
well, you have to have the money
You
for it,
told
don't
me.
you? Since the no, everybody takes dental because we pay for it.
Right,
Oh,
but,
okay,
but do you have to do
I
that?
was
You
thinking-
don't have to do
But-
that. And you can make you have an emotion on the floor. And so if you're gonna do an amended motion or a new motion, you could do the motion without the dollar amount in it and just say the plans as presented.
Yeah.
And do that later, but you can do it either way.
I'd like to do it with the dollar amount, so we seal this up, we're clean, and we're done. And so I don't know if when you make the motion, if you need to differentiate, you know, the $993 plus the $41 for dental.
The reason I said that, I don't have the dental, but my wife does.
Oh.
I pay for it, so, yeah.
Yeah, everyone well, you can see, yep, 54 people do take the dental, and so I counted this up, and so only one person does not? It must be you.
But your wife can't have it unless you do.
Right.
So
Oh,
I'm not
how many I
entitled,
do then?
I was
I don't
just
know
gonna
why,
say,
'cause I got
Oh, she
dentures.
has it on ours?
Yeah,
Oh,
Lisa,
okay.
you definitely have done that.
So it's not you.
all right,
But,
I don't have teeth. I don't have teeth.
well, I mean, probably, typically speaking,
do.
if somebody says that, you might need to go in and get them aligned, we would pay things like that. That's the quick answer, how's that?
Okay. All right. Or if you break one, I've done that.
Yeah, then you would need to get your, you know, and occasionally they need to be replaced or whatever, but that's where that comes from, so.
Through a partial and fireplace, you're done.
Yeah, that would be covered under the plan.
Okay, and I don't want to rush you, but because we are under a time frame, and I'm sorry, because I know I was a little late starting the meeting. We do have a couple minutes left. So,
I think probably the biggest thing is, so online enrollment opens April 1st. We have you scheduled for April 7th for open enrollment to be here. And then just making sure that you are aware that Healthy as Wellness, as you know, ended. And we are looking at different like health condition specific wellness vendors. And then cell and gene therapy, the trustees just made a decision that'll protect the trust for the cost of cell and gene therapy. It's always been a covered service, but I mean, like, one treatment can run you, you know, $2.5 million. So
What is
it, oh gosh, there's, I think it's supposed to be 45 different cell and gene therapies approved by the end of 24. But it's to cure things like, if a baby's born with like the spine outside, they can do cell and gene therapy that would fix that and cure that. They have one to cure hemophilia, etc. But they're so outrageously expensive that the trustees made the decision that we're going to go with like a second pool that costs us on a per member per month basis, but it would protect the trust's funds to cover those services.
Was there a motion on the floor or not?
Yes.
There
I
was?
think,
You
well, I
moved-
think,
You moved it.
well, one of you guys.
I would think the man from Mako would make that motion.
No, we didn't yet, but I did say, do I have a motion?
So, motion to accept the renewal rates?
As presented.
All right, I'll move to accept the renewal rates as presented by Pam. Joanne?
I would second that motion.
Do we have any discussion?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so how many in favor of accepting the renewal rates for Mineral County, July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, in the total amount of $1,034?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor? Motion passed. What? Did I miss a step? Did I?
All in favor, motion what?
Passed?
Oh, go, okay.
I'm just mumbling today.
You're just nervous.
So, if that's the case, you can just, whoever, is somebody the presiding?
Chair?
Yeah.
That'd be-
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm being so bossy today.
Okay, good, well, good, I'm glad somebody's getting these guys moving. So if you wanna just check these boxes here, check the dental and the vision, and sign and date, and then we can make a copy and take
Yeah,
it with
yes,
us.
because I, of course, had to write
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, I do remember we have forgotten to do this in the past. You know, we'll just say, yep, and sign it and not mark our boxes.
Yep. Yes. And then that acknowledgement at the bottom in red is just stating that 75% of your eligible employees are covered by the plan.
We'll individually sign
As so long as they don't have like other coverage, if they have other coverage that doesn't.
You get a chance to show it to the boss.
Yes, there we go. Just we're not perspective, we need to make sure.
It's still the best insurance.
Is that it?
That works. Do you? That completely works.
So you're in the hospital.
Oh, just, and Pam, do you have a clean, yes, contribution sheet? I do.
Is that this? Is it clean?
Oh, good, yeah, you don't just want to add in your 1,034 into that amount.
Oh,
And sign and date that, then we're good.
2023 contribution of 1,034?
Yep. That's my rose, and I'm ready to rock and roll.
Where to next? Where are you guys headed to?
James, I'm gonna stop and have dinner with my mom in Missoula.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
And then
I was
home.
hoping you
Oh, yeah,
guys
that's
were coming
Friday.
down to the top.
You had a good
I was hoping you guys were coming down to the top. St. Mary's.
Oh, next time we need to know that, we might just stop and do that. Yes, you need to give us a dance break.
I'll be ready.
Yes, oh gosh. Do you guys have any issues you would like to address with us?
No, I, as an employee, I've been very, very happy with
Me too.
everything, yeah.
Thank you, music to our ears.
Yeah, excellent.
Best in the West.
And
Well,
thank you
for your
for
time.
staying with the healthcare trust, we appreciate the opportunity to be business partners with you, so. Yes, indeed. Okay, well, yeah, we're keeping you, we'll get out of that.
All right,
There,
thank
have
you,
an
guys.
awesome weekend.
Yeah,
It
we'll
was
see you
great
guys.
meeting
Ladies,
with
do
you
you have a
as
good
always.
dinner with your mother?
I will, I look forward to it. Haven't seen her in a bit.
Boy,
Yeah, me too.
In the microphone. Thank you.
Are you coming up here? It looks like you're on the move.
I have a question.
Let's hope I have an answer.
Before we do, and then there's another one, I need to.
I did not, but if I did, I have the right to do that.
I don't know if it's okay. I like to.
I did not, I went back and said, you definitely, so, I did.
sounds good, thank you.
But I think people looked at the agenda today and had concerns, but.
We were nowhere near as bad as some people.
But why do you think that people would be pointing at you?
Just by the timing,
No, I think there was a deputy in here
He
before
walked in,
that.
right when he did for the meeting, when me and Julie were in. And as soon as Julie stepped back, he walked out. And I've seen that before.
No, was he didn't do anything.
No, the one that had the uniform, the young kid.
I think he got called in. I don't know, because I went and introduced myself to the new one and said, are you the new deputy?
Okay, because somebody told me that there was a call out for a civil, for a standby in here.
Well, if there was, I'm just gonna tell you, no, we didn't do it. But I would defend my right and say if I thought I needed one, because you weren't here for the raucous meetings we had with the sheriff. We had to have standby deputies just because yeah, I did not. And I'm glad you asked me because I don't want the finger pointed at me.
Okay, because somebody, you know, like I said, it was very obvious that deputy walked in when you did, and he walked out right after Julie stepped out. One in uniform, a young kid,
Yeah, I had nothing to do with bringing the deputy in, Clayton. I'm glad you asked, but I do want to make it clear. If I felt like I needed a deputy, I would call one.
Yeah, and I think if they're gonna do that, the deputy should be for the whole meeting, not just a certain, just to cover your angle, so it's not as if that kind of, you know, observation that has been portrayed to me by other people come out, so that, you know, the deputy could be here for the whole time. And then it's not as if, well, we just called on those two people, because that's how I perceive it right now. And I'm sorry if that's, doesn't sound right to you,
No,
but
I'm glad you came and asked me, but I just want to make it clear. There was no deputy called on you and Juliet. I did not call a deputy, but had I felt the need to, I would.
understand you have the right.
Yeah.
That's right. And so, all right.
Did you get arrested or something?
No. When we came, when me and Julie got up, that young deputy, that young kid, was standing back there. He walked in right when I got up there. Oh. And then when Julie left the podium, he walked out.
Oh, that was just a coincidence.
Now, somebody else told me that there was a standby, and it was a reliable source. But I don't know who, what.
I'd feel honored if they called cops on me, wouldn't be the first time.
I've had one called on us before, and
Right there?
it was totally needed. So this is gonna be the closed portion? This is-
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get it started one more time.
3:30 is closing.
Yeah.
That's right. You guys go.
Karen, Willie. Well, at least I hope it's not snowing for my drive over tonight.
I was over there yesterday, roads are good.
Where's that?
He's going to Spokane, but I don't know.
Last night they weren't that good though.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They were solid ice. And this morning we left, you could see the glare on the ice coming down the canyon.
Well, I came down the canyon about 5 o'clock last night. It was
Oh,
good.
I'm talking later. But yeah,
My brother's back from Denver, so.
He made it up?
He's back.
So he can go.
Yeah, he's coming out. He'll meet me here at 5, so we're headed over.
You guys taking off tonight?
Yeah,
Oh, I
but we think so. We're
It'll
pretty
be,
sure.
it'll be good. It'll be good.
I don't know, he might have canceled that room for tonight because unsure if he was gonna be here, if not, when he did in the morning.
You don't want to be sleeping in the car tonight.
Huh?
You don't want to be
No,
sleeping in the car tonight.
I guess we'll find out. He's called me a couple times, but obviously I haven't answered the phone at all today. He did text me and say he was home though, so finally.
Okay, we are a little bit late. We have, oh, I think, I don't know if I'm been skipping things all the time. 305, Ken Burley and Will.
I don't know if we need this, but I don't really hear most people.
I'm deaf, I need to hear it.
All right.
Huh?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd like to say is, you know, we've been through this so many times that I'm not gonna beat a dead horse, but the reason I want it on the agenda as an action item is because we've asked for these things so many times and we see very little action, and so I was hoping we could get you guys to say, yeah, we're gonna move forward, we're gonna do some of these things that you guys have brought forward. And so now you've got other people bringing these same items forward, and so hopefully you get the message that, you know, the county wants to see some things done out there. And again, you know, an example is the meeting with the road foreman is supposed to happen every quarter. And as far as I know, that's yet to happen. And you guys are welcome to jump in and debate that, but those are the kind of things that get the public frustrated. It's when they come and ask, and it's your obligation to do, and you don't do it, and we have larger crowds like we do today. So anyway, with that being said, I don't know if Billy wants to talk a little bit or not, but it's just really frustrating that we've been here so many times, and again, our intent was to come to help, but it feels like we're more of a hindrance than help. So this is why we end up where we're at, I think, just because we don't get a response.
Could I just address you for just a second? I want to say to you and Willie and to everyone else, you know, a lot of these things that we can work on together, I welcome you to come in and work with me, or work with the guys if they're here on meeting days, because I think the whole county has a lot to offer in the way of ideas. And I'm thinking specifically, okay, come help me. You know I'm struggling with the agenda and how this should be done. So come give me your input. And then I'll take it back and say, hey, I had these ideas from Ken, or Willie suggested this. Road foreman, okay, do we have a picture of what we're going to be asking the road foreman when he comes in quarterly?
It's in your resolution what you're supposed to do.
Well, there you go. Look at our resolution.
I gave it to you.
Ken, I've got a lot of papers, but that's good. I can go back and look. So for the road foreman, we're gonna look at our resolution, and when we meet with him quarterly, we're gonna ask him, we're gonna tick off, are you doing this, or what does this look like? How are you doing?
A classic example is the Department of Revenue said today, if you had a map that your road crew could take a look at and identify from that, and it says you're supposed to, your resolution says you're supposed to put up a map. It's supposed to be on a vote board out here, so people know what are county roads and what aren't roads. So those are starters. Those are things that need to be done. And part of the reason, it leads to, like Julie said too, and by the way, Dawn, I commend you for asking for help, because that's the first time I've really heard you guys say that. And Mike Galloway brought it up earlier and said, you know, why didn't they ask Julie to come back to one of the meetings with some input to that thing? That would have been very helpful. But I'd be glad to come in and sit down at any point and help. That's what we offered to do from the very start. And this is the first time we've had that offer, so we appreciate that. Right, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, that was it, and then I'll probably say the same thing to Willie.
Yeah, you know, it really pains me to be here and to be going through what we're going through, and I know it does you guys too. I know this isn't a comfortable time for any of us. I've had a great working relationship with you guys over the years, and I hate where we're at today, but we're here today for this. What Ken just said is, I sincerely hoped that we would bring input to you guys, that you would take seriously and take action on it. And, you know, Julie brought detail to some of the things that we've asked about with the budget and with managing these dollars. You know, we sat here in a meeting with you guys and talked with the fellow from your investment company, and we talked about how the commissioners should be involved in that process. And you mentioned that, you know, that got done without any commissioner involvement. And I see that as a huge problem. I mean, the reason we're here today, where we're at with this, and the reason that we're even talking about this today is because we haven't been involved in that process over the years. and we let it get away from us, and we can say whatever we want, we did let it get away from us, and we don't need to talk about that history, but I had hopes that when we said in that meeting that you guys would jump on this, you guys would be involved in the decisions with those dollars. It's not little money. This is a huge amount of money that we can use to do some of these other things that we've been asking about. And so that decision gets made without you guys being involved. You have no idea. You know what? I'm sure you heard what it was, but you guys, there was a couple $1,000s a month that was brought to the table that you guys should, in my mind, should be making a decision whether you want that just to roll back into that account or you want to use it to fix some of these things like with the fairgrounds or do some of these other things. And I think if you're not involved in that whole process, and if you have no desire to be involved in that whole process, I'd like for you to tell me that, because it just seems, it's a no-brainer for me. We're not gonna get out of this place we're at. And I'm not saying Mary won't handle that position or can't, but she shouldn't today. We're here because of some bad decisions coming ahead. We have the opportunity for you guys to jump in the middle of this and make things better going ahead and to be part of that and to learn the process. And, you know, it's, for me, you know, we asked for budget information was the very first question we asked in November on our letter. To date, we have gotten none. Dwayne set up a meeting that we could go and get with Jessica, and we did that. We found out our own information, but it's still not the information we asked for. We asked what our budget was, what it has been for the last 5 years, what it takes to run the county. I work with a lot of counties across western Montana, and I've asked that of those guys. They snap that number off of their tongue the minute I ask the question. They know what their annual budget is. They know what they need. They know how many miles of road are in the county. We've never gotten that answer. We got some half answers, but they know that. Yet, if I ask them, and I did ask that question, and not only did the fellow I was talking to know what his district was, the miles in his district, but he knew what they were in all the other districts. He knew how many miles of pavement they had. He knew that stuff on the top of his mind. He'd been there a while, but Dwayne and Roman have been here a while too. And it just feels like you guys that, I hope and pray that we can turn this county around and we can take advantage of the things that Julie brought to our attention today. I mean, that was an eye-opener for me. If it wasn't for you guys, then probably I don't need to stand up here and talk anymore, because if something like that isn't an eye-opener for you guys, nothing will be. And I can't provide that information, so anything I provide going ahead now is not going to do any good. I mean, we offered some suggestions even to try and start getting these houses that we know are not on the tax rolls. There's things we could do, the county could do, that would turn that process around and make it happen quickly. We talked, Ken mentioned the meetings with the commissioners, or with the road crew. We told you guys about that in December of last year, and we still haven't done it. It just feels like you guys really could care less whether you do the things that we bring to you, and we offered to help. But there's never been a question until just now, like Ken said, for us to do anything to help. It's been mostly ignored, our questions. We've been answered some short questions that were pretty easy answers. We were answered in a lot of cases, the county's poor, we don't have the money, we can't do anything to help those folks. It's out of our hands. And that out of our hands to me is everything's in you guys' hands. It's not out of your hands. And so I just feel like I can tell you I'm not going to quit what I'm doing. I know it's probably killed some other opportunities and options we have out there, and that's fine, but I'm not going to quit doing this. I'm going to continue to be here in front of you guys, and hopefully, my passion is to help this county. And I just feel like you guys don't believe that's why I'm here, but it is. That is why I'm here, and that's the only reason I'm here. If I didn't care about all this, I wouldn't I wouldn't put my reputation on the line here to do the things that we're doing. So, anyway, I'm gonna shut up. You guys know what we've asked. You know what the other folks in the community are telling you and asking you for. We just hope you'll step up, or tell us you're not gonna do it. An answer, a no answer that is better than a non-answer. I mean, any kind of an answer, you guys just create this atmosphere of tension with no answers and no action. It's throughout your departments in the county, and it's certainly throughout the community. I want to help you guys. And if I can't do that in a positive tone, then I guess I'm gonna be doing it in a negative tone. I'm gonna be here, and I want to make the county better, and I want to be part of making the county better. And I don't want to do this forever. If I did, I would have ran for commissioner. I want to help get us back on track, and then I want to go back and build my house. And chase whatever it is I chase around on my side by side. So anyway, that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
I might just add to that, some of the things we brought up, and, we just lightly mentioned this tax issue, and thanks to Roman, we've got the Department of Revenue here. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to really ask all the questions we wanted to, but, and Dwayne, thank you for, you actually reached out to me, and I appreciate that, and Don, you as well. But, I've been around this county a long time, and I can point out, and Andy and I talked, Andy Schroeder and I spoke later, and I think that what they're doing with the road use permits is a great idea, but there's still a lot of places that don't have road use permits that we're missing. And I know that there's one in our district that I just looked up that shows a 1,000 square foot house with a garage and a barn on it. And if you look at Onyx Hunt map, there's a great big new house there that's probably been there for 10 years, being new 10 years. And I heard the guy speak at a service last week, and he was talking about putting his own septic system and doing all this stuff, and I'm thinking, that's not even on the tax list. So to identify those, the snowplow is not ever going to go up there and see that. I can name numerous places throughout this county that are that way. And you guys probably can too, because you've been here for a long time. We have to do something about that, because as the DOR said, what's it take a year before it gets on the tax rolls? Up to 2 years? Is that what he said? Mm-hmm. So by the time you identify it, you're not looking at any cash for at least a couple of years. So the sooner we do that, the better. Even if you have to hire a part-time person, they pay for themselves quickly. So anyway, those are, we haven't even touched the surface of other areas. We're just trying to stay focused on a few that we brought to you and get some responses there before we try to help in other areas.
Ken, I'm wondering also, when I look at the list, and it's huge and maybe a little overwhelming, I wonder if it would work better if we took top 5, focused on the top 5. And then,
focused on what?
like the top 5
Oh.
questions, because there's, it's so large. I wonder if that might be a better way for us to accomplish what you're asking. I don't know about how you feel about that, and I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I had 4 items that I wrote down, didn't even bring it with me because I just felt like it was a waste of time.
Oh,
I had 4 items that were priorities for me.
okay.
One is handling our cash and managing the dollars that we have. And you guys being involved in that. I'm not saying that Mary isn't a good person, but it needs you guys' touch. And it needs you guys' touch until we feel like we got back on track with this thing. 2 was the tax. That we figure out take some aggressive action to find out where all these houses are. Figure out what can we do? Can we hire a part-time guy? Granted, we can have some of that stuff done by our plow guys, but it needs aggressive action. A guy on the road for 3 months, when this weather clears, can tell us a whole bunch about that stuff. And give them the tools they need, pay them their mileage, and get them out there. It'll pay back in dividends. Number 3 was, and we have talked about this at length, is for you guys to take control of all your departments. And, you know, if these guys knew you wanted that, and they knew you were gonna be involved in that, we wouldn't have Mary making decisions without. She would understand that that needs to come to you guys. She might be able to make those decisions a year from now or 2, but not today, because you guys don't know how to manage the extra money that's gonna come in if you don't know what's gonna come in. And the 4th thing was, what was the 4th thing? I guess I'll leave it at those 3 for now.
Yeah, you could email that to me.
Okay. Glad to do that. I can't tell you guys how sincere I am about just what I said. I'm not here to shake up the world. I'm here to help settle the world down and make things work in this county. And whether I do that as a citizen or in some other position, that's what I'm here for. And that's all I want to do, and I'm glad to do it from this place. But I'm not glad to do it. I will do it if I don't feel like you guys care enough to take action. So anyway, enough. Yeah, I'll send you.
I would, if you would send me all 4, even though I did write them down,
Okay.
I have to tell you I missed number 1.
I'll send you an email.
I would appreciate
Yep.
that. And Willie, would you send that to MC Commissioner, please, attention, John?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I know that we don't, I have met with the road foreman, I wasn't here, and he's hurt. He had an injured arm, but, so in years past, and I haven't checked recently because our federal receipts sometimes change with PILT and SRS, and now we have ARPA, but historically our budget's about a $6 million budget. That's not from taxes or mills, that's the total budget with SRS, PILT, other federal payments. So this year, I imagine it will be more with the received money of ARPA. We can find out a current one, but historically it's been around 6 million. And I have met with the road foreman to see what they have been doing. Last summer, the Thompson Borgia Road, they did a mile of repaving and chip sealing on it. They cleaned the ditches. Then they had to rebuild. The Dago Lane has a new railroad crossing going in, and they're part of. They had to redo the railroad crossing because it had a big lip at it, and DOT and the railroad is putting in crossing arms with bells and whistles instead of just a little stop sign. Then they did 15 loads of asphalt on our ever beat down Sear to Fish Creek Road from those rafters. So they put 15 loads of asphalt down and rolled it and put it on top, resurfaced it. They graded the roads two times. They did it a couple times in the spring, and then they did it again in the fall. They do dust abatement from Saltese to Deep Creek and some other roads. There's about probably $30,000 in chemical that we buy every year for that purpose. I didn't get every road, but wherever there's some areas where there's a problem in houses, it puts down the dust abatement. Of course, they have to sweep all the roads in the spring. They hauled 60 loads of asphalt to resurface. What's that subdivision up on the west end? Crow's West Main,
Crow's Nest?
and some other. Yeah, no, I didn't even know that. Then they have to repaint some of the railroad crossing, the light paint railroad crossing you had along with the stop sign crossbucks, and they did some sign work, trimmed some trees and brush. In the springtime, the road foreman chases a lot of water to see where the water's going, if we have any flooding issues. They cleared out 3 culverts on Quartz Loop, one I think that you pointed out to me, Mr. Bailey. And on Golf Course Road at St. Regis, that one, they always have to tend that one. Then they have to haul chips to the chip seal site, wherever they might be chip sealing the road, and in the fall, they grade the roads and haul the sand for the winter to the different pits to be ready for sand and gravel in the wintertime. And then, of course, when it's fall, they also have to start changing out the trucks with the plows and the sander boxes and making sure the sander boxes don't have holes in them and they're running, operating. So that was some of his list. So I did, and I would like for him to come in as part of our monthly department update to give that report himself. But I did visit with him. It wasn't here though.
So that's great information. can't tell you how much better I would have felt here today had you got that information instead of 3 months later. Some kind of a schedule a little better than that, or let us know that you're going to get it. You know, but I would also add in addition to that, that's the kind of information I would want if I was in your position. That is exactly what I would want. But I would also want input on where you're gonna chip seal, where you're
I
gonna.
did ask him for that too. I'd like to see a proposal of the sites for the next door.
They're gonna do their normal maintenance. And I'm not saying you need to be involved in every step of that, except to know that they're going to do it. But any of these other things, I mean, it's expensive to do chip seal, it's expensive to do asphalt. And I'm not even sure that's the best place for us to be as a county. I mean, those other counties I talked to, that kind of stuff is generally subcontracted out so that they can do the maintenance that they may not be getting done otherwise. But I'm not gonna get into the details and the weeds about what you do there. So, but I just say, thank you for that information, and it just tells me that there was at least an interest, Roman, to look into some of this stuff, so.
And I think with Don's idea to bring back the monthly, well, March 3rd, getting the department directors back in here, you know, during COVID, we had problems with some elected officials even being here at work and all that kind of went away. We do need to bring it back because it is good information for everybody, the public and everything. So I hope that solves some of the things that you're wanting.
I think it begins
Well,
to.
If I could just add that, I appreciate the fact that you talked to him, Roman, but the resolution clearly says that you're supposed to meet every 3 months and have a road plan as to what you're gonna do going forward. And the reason for that plan might be if they're gonna haul gravel. I've talked to Dwayne, I've talked to all of you about the gravel situation. Nobody hauls with a 10-yard single truck anymore. They haven't for years. It's too expensive. Everybody pulls a buck trailer. And we talked about contracting it, and I know you, because I had some of the contractors say that Roman asked me about it, and I told him that, yeah, it should be looked at, but nothing ever happened.
Because I did talk to him and then I went back to the foreman and he gave me the number of hours and man hours and fuel, and he thought that it might not be that substantial to look into that and do bid, so I stopped pursuing it because it sounded like it was not a large amount of time being spent to haul it in those smaller trucks, so.
They spend how much time, did you say, a couple of weeks?
No, he said, I'm sorry, Ken, I don't have that list with me.
Well, anyway, it's a period of time, but look at the
It
little
was
county,
only
look
a
at.
couple of, 3-4 days, I think, at the guy's hourly wage.
I think they haul gravel a little bit more than that,
I'll double check.
but look at Missoula County, look at Sanders County, ask any other county around if they pull up to it. Ask any gravel outfit, anybody to do it. But the point here is that if that stuff is made public like you're supposed to do, you made the resolution, I mean, you didn't, but somebody was the county commissioner made that resolution. That's the reason for that, so that we can come in and say, why are you spending our money with that, why don't you do that, and put together something that the public can look at, and then not put you on the spot. And, you know, which roads are you gonna do this year, so people know that you're gonna chip seal the Courts Road, which they say they're gonna do, but you can't chip seal the Courts Road until you get the ditches cleaned and, you know, some things like that, so people can comment on that, so you guys don't have to answer the difficult questions. I think that's the reason that Judy Stang and, you know, who was on that group at the time that made that resolution, was like in '93 or something, but that's why they did it. Dwayne, you might remember the West End had so much trouble with snow plowing, that's why they did it. And because people want to know what they're gonna get and when. And you got, again, there's a reason they made that resolution. So you're missing the point by going and doing past jobs that they've completed. We want to know what they're gonna be doing going forward. The culverts that they cleaned on Quartz that I called you about, you know, they went out and cleaned the muck out and drained it all over on Evie's place. Where just up the road is another culvert that drains it clear down into the old railroad ditch and gets it completely out of there. But the ditch is too high for the water to go that way, so we just need to, you know, put it on the neighbor's property. So those are things that, you know, we could make those suggestions and try to help out. But if you know, again, transparency and public comment. And we're here to help.
Okay.
So we're just reiterating the same thing that we've said for 3 months. And finally now, you know, maybe you're hearing what we're saying, that it's important.
Thank you, and I don't mean to cut you off, but we are behind schedule.
Thank you.
And I'll get that email from you, Willie, and any Wednesday. Okay, so we are a little bit behind, but we have a closed session coming up. And in that closed session, it will be just the commissioners and the employees who are involved in the charges against them. So we do have a list of the concerns of Mr. Woodford. And when we close our meeting, it will be just commissioners and employees. We will open the meeting after discussion has taken place, and we will tell you the resolution made from that. And I don't mean resolution, a legal resolution, I do mean the conclusion of that discussion. So at this time, we do have to ask cameras to leave also. Everyone will have to leave for the closed session.
I'd like to ask on the record before the camera gets turned off for you to explain why this is closed since the actual issue is still up in public and will continue to be up in
No,
public.
because it involves two people, and we're not putting those names out to the public. It is closed, and when we reopen, I will let you know what the conclusion of the discussion was. And that is the way a closed meeting runs. There is minutes still taken, they are sealed, and given to the county attorney and kept. So.
I'm still asking, what is the privacy over public? Because the transgression is
huge.
public.
The privacy is huge, and we're not going to argue it.
No, I'm asking you to
The
give your
privacy of
definition of why the
individuals,
privacy
yeah.
overrides the public.
The privacy of the individual overrides the public's need to know. So, I'm going to
But it's
ask
in
you,
public.
I'm going to ask you to leave so that the private meeting can take place. Thank you. Everyone will have to leave. The commissioners and the employee are the only ones who will be present. And you're welcome to wait, and when we open the door and reconvene, we will tell you the conclusion of the discussion. Okay, Mr. Woodford, I did go over all of the points here, and we kind of had a preview of them from your agenda request. And so, in discussing each of the items that you brought forth, what we determined was that after talking to the alleged victims, it was determined that there was no intended harassment that occurred. And we also found that there was no violation of MCA 742113 records laws.
My response is simply this. We met with the two county commissioners that made the comments that are referenced in the video that is circulating the internet of the January 20th meeting that many people spoke of today.
Mm-hmm.
We had a meeting with Roman and we had a meeting with Dwayne. And what we said was, what we let them know is that they had the opportunity to make this right. And in saying that, do you have something you want to say also?
Well, I do, because the closed meeting, I'm giving you the determination, and I understand that you want to explain the situation, but really, the situation is as I just stated, and I understand that you had meetings previously, and I understand that there are certain things that you want. But again, I want to let you know that the closed meeting concerned with all of your issues concluded that that after talking to the alleged victims, that there was no intended harassment. So anything other than that, we really can't speak to because all we discussed was what was in your concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And my point is that we asked them to remediate that in making apologies, and we told them that if that did not happen, that we would report it on. You know, I guess it's and the example that I would use is if you're sitting out in front of your house and a group of kids go by, and they're having a good time, they're throwing things out the window, they're speeding, dust is flying, I don't have to worry about getting in my vehicle and chasing them down. All I need to do is call the appropriate authorities and let them know what's happening. In this case, it is alerting the Montana Attorney General's office and also alerting in at least one commissioner who has a rather important role. I'm going to give him the video or a link to that tape, and then I'm out. I've reported in good faith.
And we have done
But-
what we have to do, which is to have this internal investigation, which we did. And I do believe that going forward, you're going to see the professional behavior that you are looking for and that everyone expects.
Yeah, I have my doubts. And
Well, I ask you to give us that because you're going to see professional behavior moving forward.
Okay, well, to this point, I've not been surprised by any more professional behavior from this group. But I can say, again, I intend to go forward with what I promised and finish up the conversation. And if they think that that's behavior, and anybody else that wants to go and take a look at that video that's on the internet,
sure,
then they can do so and make their own determinations. And then any area of media, those kinds of things that need to be made aware, I will be doing that as well.
Okay.
And the issue simply is taking accountability, taking responsibility, and making things right, and the courage to do that. And the last comment that I would make is, shame on all of you for another sweeping under the rug of this particular issue. And particularly, Chairman Terrell, with all of your involvement.
Well, and I'll stop you there because, no, I will stop you there, because before you violate any laws and use names, I would like you to stop. So I understand what your issue is, but.
No, you don't.
Well, I think I do, and as far as was anything taken care of, internally, things have been done. And I don't want any more, I don't want any names and shame on me, no. We've done what the law told us to do. You can go ahead and move forward with all of your threats of what you're going to do, that's all right, but we have worked internally on this issue.
Well, if you let me finish my comment.
Well,
Shame on you for all those years you worked as a woman's advocate and the issue that was
excuse me, I'm gonna stop you there because you do not have the right to shame on me. We are done.
Shame on you, Chair.
We are done.
Shame on you.
You're not the only victim in this, Dawn.
I'm gonna stop right there. This meeting is adjourned. I gave you the conclusion to the internal discussion. Every point was discussed and we're not moving forward on it. That is the conclusion of the discussion that took place in a closed meeting. So with that, we are adjourned.
Make a mountain out of a molehill.
Shame on you.
Shame on you.
You gotta discuss me, both of you.
Not only you, kid.
So I'm sure you're still recording, right, Julie?
I am.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
I'm waiting for an apology.
Maybe it's already been done. You have no idea.
It has not.
Excuse
It
me,
should be
but
done to the
you-
whole public.
No,
Because you know
no.
what, there's other people that those
This is done.
comments.
I'm gonna ask you to leave the meeting room. It has adjourned and we are not going to
Okay, you'll
continue
call
on
civil
this.
standby on the second.
What?
Did you call the civil standby on us today?
You know what, Julia?
I'm
Whether I did or
asking
didn't, it
Dawn.
doesn't make any difference.
I'm
I
asking-
did not.
I did.
For what reason?
Because I wanted to. I have a right to.
No, that's an abuse.
No, it's not.
That's an abuse of our law
We
enforcement.
are done with this conversation.
Okay, sorry, Dawn.
No, that's fine. Because everybody has a right. If I want to call, as I told Clayton, I'm going to call. That is our right to do that. If we feel there might be something threatening. Now, we're done with the topic. And I am asking you to leave.
And Dawn did not do it.